in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج من فوق وفريق يلا اي سبورتس يصعب من فوق على اللاعب بانتر نوك داون.
What an intro. Welcome everybody to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. My name is Imperium with the wonderful Zute. Can't seem to get rid of him, of course, as I also can't seem to get rid of the wonderful sponsors of this tournament, that is the Upgrade Performance, Upgrade the Fun, Complete your winning spirit. I don't know, I'm getting the words wrong. With their brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, designed smartphones for the PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa 2022 esports year. Now that's out of the way, let's get into the real thick of things. How are you, Zute?
I'm doing great. This is a super weekend that we're heading into. And what better way to start off with that intro that we just saw? I mean, that got my blood pumping even more. Quite excited. And it almost feels like, even though we just finished the hype of PMGC just recently, I'm feeling that rush again coming into this super weekend where, you know, things are really starting to matter a lot.
Yeah, it's very interesting with regards to the structure that's been alluded to over the first league play and over the first couple of days, and how it's going to lead into the whole rest of the year. And I'm really glad that you brought up the PMGC finals, because a team that impressed all of us across the world was Nigma Galaxy. So leading into the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split, we have a nice little juicy interview to show you.
ريك، أول شيء طمنا عنك، يا رب تكون بخير قبل ما الايفنت يبدأ معنا.
I mean, I'm pretty excited to start this PMPL, especially because it's the beginning of the new year. So I'm pretty excited. Thank you.
توقعاتك كفريق بالنسبة للبي ام بي ال الموسم القادم؟
I mean, expectations as always. We always work to get the top one, and we always expect to be the top one.
فريك، ايه هو هدفك الأساسي وطموحك الأكبر مع فريق نجمة جالكسي؟
I mean, of course, to win the global championship, to be the first in the world, and for this year especially, I hope we can participate in the Asian Olympics, Asian Games 2022, and win it. Hopefully, get the golden medal if we can.
ايه هو نوع التحضيرات اللي بتقوموا بيها قبل بداية البي ام بي ال؟
I mean, to be honest with you, we've had a break since the last day of PMGC Grand Final. We've been having a break, and from today we started actually practicing again. So we got like a week, 10 days to prepare, and I think that's enough for us to be ready for it, and we're starting to practice every day.
هيكون عن التوب 3 في البي ام جي سي، ثالث على مستوى العالم. انجاز طبعا غير طبيعي، انجاز غير مسبوق. هل تعتقد انت كفريق نجمة جالكسي او اي فريق اخر في المينا ممكن يعملوا نفس المستوى السنة القادمة؟
I mean, thank you first of all, but for sure, I think like definitely us or another team in Arabia definitely can get even a better place. I mean, for us, to be honest, we're definitely going for the first place next year, and we're down to work hard as we need to get to the first.
بالنسبة للسؤال الثالث، هل الفريق لسه متعطش أكثر بعد أدائه في البي ام جي سي؟
Heck yeah, of course. I mean, what we have done now is just like I think it's just an experience. I wouldn't say a small experience. It's pretty big, but I would say it's an experience, just an opening that we can actually do way much better next year if we just work hard for it and practice the right way. We're going for the first spot.
It was great to listen to that interview with Freak of Nigma Galaxy. As we said, they're a team that finished third in the PUBG Mobile 2021 Global Finals. So they are realistically coming into this tournament and even this first Super Weekend. They're the blueprint for all of the other teams to get up to the same level as.
Oh yeah, and one thing I really love about that interview, even though they finished third, which was like a great finish and quite unexpected, I would say globally. You know, a lot of people did not expect a team
Didn't
like
expect
Nigma
this.
Galaxy to do so well, right? To finish third, but in that interview, you could hear from the words he was saying, it's like that was not enough. They're talking about first place. They're talking about getting the goal. They're talking about being
Yeah.
number one. So I have major respect for them, right? Like they finished third, but they're in no way, shape, or form like happy or just content with being top 3 in the world. They're immediately focusing on the goal for being number one
Exactly.
of this year. So I absolutely love that out of the Nigma Galaxy team.
Sure. First Super Weekend, let's have a look at this schedule of today's games. 5 matches for you guys. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. We're getting our very first taste of Sanhok in the PMPL 2022 Arabia, Zute.
Sanhok is coming into play. And since we touched on Nigma Galaxy, one thing I want to take a look at is, are they going to keep to their original strategy that we saw in PMGC, right? Using more of that heal meta strategy. Or, you know, since this year, they've got a lot of time to prepare for the end of until PMGC starts. So the Nigma Galaxy team, like we saw them really, you know, do really well in league play. They're of course, you know, a level ahead of most of the other teams in here. I want to see if they're going to do other things to just practice a little bit more, practice on what they're weaker at, maybe learn some new strategies. And speaking about Nigma Galaxy,
sure.
Here are the teams that will be competing in this Super Weekend Imperium.
Just to, of course, highlight the teams that are grayed out, the 4 teams that did not make it to the very first Super Weekend. Headquarters, 4K Esports, Triple D, and the Mind Weapon iKURD. So the focus is not on those teams across this first Super Weekend. It's all on the 16 teams and what they can do to set themselves up, not only to qualify for the league finals, but of course to get some juicy prize pool and some prize money under wraps, because we're back to the whole 1,000 per chicken dinner in this Super Weekend. So that means you gotta be able to close out these games, right? You gotta be able to win the money to boost not only your confidence but your bank account.
Ooh, I love that. Boost the bank account. And yeah, $1,000 per chicken. That's like you get a chicken dinner and you could quite literally afford like maybe 10, 100 more, depending on, I don't know, how big you want to spend on your chicken dinners in real life. But yeah, the money definitely comes into play here. That does ramp things up. And I think that's one aspect I really like about the Super Weekend. It's not just about gaining the points, right, to try and qualify into the finals. You already start getting a chance to add that bank account up, you know, bolster that bank account, $1,000 per chicken. And we got 5 matches per day here, right? So that's like $5,000 just today that you might be able to make.
Yeah, and of course, look, it's not the most important aspect of what is on the players' minds during the game, but it certainly is a good motivator of what can happen. Looking in the overall, okay, I thought we were going to have the overall rankings from the league play to give a bit of context where teams ended up, but hopefully we'll go back into it. But going back to the kind of prize pool, it's definitely a bit of a motivator. In other PMPLs, you've seen kind of between 8 and 10 chicken dinners being won by the highest performing team across the Super weekend. So we'll see if that's going to be the case this time around. Even though we don't have the points to show, and it's not really the most important thing to really highlight because it's the first league play. Want to talk a bit about where the teams did end up. Nigma Galaxy, they said they're coming into this to win. They did win the first league week. They did come out on top and first. So it definitely does show that they're taking this relatively seriously.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one thing that we always say is League Week is never representative of the Super Weekend from previous years upon years of tournaments. We've been doing this format, right? Quick refresher for, those that might just be tuning in just to see the Super Weekend only and you're not quite sure of the format. We got 3 weeks. Each week is broken up between 2 days of League and 1 Super Weekend. You need top 16 in the League play, and then you could get into this Super Weekend. Right here you have on screen, we already finished this week's League play. We already played those 2 days, and so when we show that one graphic of the 4 teams grayed out, those are the 4 teams in the bottom half of the 20 teams, the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th place teams. So they will not be competing at all for these next 3 days and the Super Weekend. And the points from each Super Weekend tallies up together to determine the top 16 overall. That will move into the 4th week where the finals are.
What teams, Zute, outside of Nigma Galaxy, are you looking out for in this first Super Weekend? In this first day of the first Super Weekend, what teams really come into your head?
Well, Rico Infinity is another pretty experienced team. I've seen this team play in, PMPL as well. Same with YaLLa. YaLLa is also another team that I've seen, just perform. And obviously, Nigma Galaxy is the one that stands out the most. But, coming into a new year, usually the underdogs definitely have something more to prove and to show. And I think in a setting like PMPL, that's their time to shine potentially.
Yeah, YaLLa would be the biggest one that steps into my mind for the time being. Not only because last year they did accomplish quite a bit, such as winning the Global Esports Tour, the first kind of live event of 2021 for PUBG Mobile. So they have what it takes to win tournaments. And in this first week, they did get the highest amount of points in an individual game of 31. So it does show that they're able to control and dominate these games against their Arabia region counterpart. So YaLLa Esports would be one that I'm looking out for. Another one is Twisted Minds. Big reason why is because they have Rokus on their side, a former Unicorns of Love player and a former Unicorns of Love IGL. I spoke to him during the week as well to get a bit of insight, and they're really kind of using the long format of PMPL to their advantage. They know that it's kind of step by step, and they're really kind of looking to progress every single time. But into the first game, we are Zute, the playing path. It's going to be looking upon us. It seems like it's going from west to east.
Yeah, definitely. There you go. There you have the playing path west to east. A pretty central split down the middle. Very fair playing path for this first game of the Super Weekend. So I don't know if you recall, though, in the League week, we had some pretty decent playing paths, but we had quite literally some of the craziest circles come out on day 1 of the League week. And I almost feel like it's a PMPL thing where the circles just start ramping up in absurdity. But the Super Weekend, though, where the points really matter, I want to see if the same thing happens this Super Weekend, Imperium.
That is a question that obviously will be answered as time goes on. 1 million dropping down on that western coastline, which is a good spot considering the playing path. It's somewhat out of sight, out of mind. The phase 1, it's a bit of a tricky one. Very, and I mean like very heavily southwest.
So this exact same circle happened in day 1 of League play in the very first game, okay? When Highland and I were casting this one, we thought it was just going to be like, okay, a little bit weird of a circle, but it's the first game of the entirety of the PMPL Arabia. It can't get too crazy, right? It ended up going to Military Island. this almost exact same circle shifted to Military Island for the end game. And I'm sure these players, seeing that circle right now, they're having some flashbacks. So maybe we might see some more teams adjust themselves early on onto the military base side than we're more used to seeing. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens this match, Imperium.
And one thing that I kind of noticed from the first couple of days is the hard shifts. There seemed to be a lot of ping pong around the circle shifts, and that made it even harder than usual to prepare, to predict, to comfortably, to an extent, set yourself up in the first 2 to 3 circles. Hopefully teams will have done a relevant amount of VOD review, a relevant amount of preparation off the back of their first 2-day performances. Again, the caveat that the fact that it was the first league week days, teams have also got to be aware that other teams around them will adapt, will have evolved, and of course will be taking this Super Weekend just a little bit more seriously.
I'm taking a look at the map right now. So all the teams are pretty spread out evenly. There's no real contention between any of the teams. We do see some bigger splits from some of the teams here and there. So even though this is the Super Weekend and this group is technically the first time playing with these 16 teams together, they've done their VOD review from League Week 1, or not League Week 1, sorry, League Day 1 and League Day 2. So no hot drops coming out. Everyone's pretty respectful of where all the drops are. And with the first circle, I'm expecting some faster rotations simply because there is that potential pivotal point of, that military base coming into play. And if it's not even military base, we see how far southwest the circle is. Very Pure could be a very strong point to lock down early too with a circle like this one.
Yes, that's I look at Ferry Pier Hill as probably the most important part of the first couple of circles. Overall, they could change, of course, and right now CONQUEROR have a bit of a spread around that area. They're in no way positioned yet on top of that Ferry Pier Hill, but I do totally agree with you with that location.
Nigma Galaxy, you saw earlier in Pachinki, taking their time looting up. We got Stalwarts UAE here. So this Stalwarts team, they are officially part of the Stalwart brand, right? We saw Stalwarts, the Mongolian team, compete in PMGC. We know that Stalwart team is a very aggressive team. So far, what I've seen out of this team, definitely a newer and experienced team, but they do have potential. I mean, they're here in the PMPL Arabia, of course. I want to see if they could, start evolving over time, especially with like their stalwart counterparts out of the Mongolian side being such a powerhouse team.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in terms of how much are they going to be learning off the Stalwart Mongolian side per se, coming into this PMPL Arabia. I hope it's quite a bit at least. I hope that, but that kind of org backline support is there as we build throughout this PMPL. 1 million have spread a little bit more heavily down south towards Primorsk, so they're not really in a massively strong position for the time being. This is a 2-2 split. The one split that I find the most interesting from all these teams when it comes to looting, I know we're a good 6 minutes in, RTG, they spread all the way from like near Watertown to Yasnaya, with one player even on the edge of Yasnaya. And it's such an interesting split. It technically shouldn't work, and I think in a more global stage it might not work. But in this PMPL Arabia, for the time being, it seems to work. They seem to have it nailed down.
Yeah, it's right now, at this stage in the tournament, you could get away with bigger splits. But we've seen in the PMGC, as like a week or a few games have gone on, teams will get very hungry for that 1 point elim, right? Teams at the PMGC level knows eventually how much points will stack up through the means of eliminations, and they will go out of their way to isolate one player if that one player is split just a little bit too far. Taking a look at the mini-map now, we have majority of all the teams starting to rotate now around the 7-minute mark. On that eastern side, we see a lot of traffic. There could be potentially some fights ringing out in the first circle alone.
Seven and a half minutes in, you highlighted that you expected teams to rotate a little bit earlier. I don't think there's been any massive early rotations overall, but one thing that I do notice is that quite a few are going quite deep into the center of the circle. Quarry is starting to be a little bit more heavily occupied by a couple of teams. KAMIKAZE, Nigma Galaxy, Dunak a little bit up north. Then there's another team, YaLLa, just to the west of Gatka.
Oh, we got our first knock in the kill feed there. One of the Nigma Galaxy players getting knocked. Hopefully we could take a look at that. Maybe they'll get that revive. And oh, actually, it looks like Hamoudi is going to be left behind. Got knocked out of vehicle, most likely, seeing as how he is positioned in the wide open field. So a very nice spray by the KAMIKAZE team, getting that player knocked out of the vehicle. And Nigma Galaxy down to 3. They will suffer the first casualty of the Super Weekend.
Will Othman be able to keep going though? Because Stalwart UAE are just a bit to the east. However, I don't really like Stalwart UAE's position overall. 963 and NASR getting fairly close to each other. There's some lovely shots by Miracle. Looks to finish Zuxi off. By the way, that's not the same Zuxi from BTR. Hopefully he's going to try and channel his inner Zuxi and clutch up for the rest of his team. Bit of a third party by Falcon. 3 teams playing on the mixes. This is outside of phase 2 as the circle has spread out. Seems like teams catching each other off on the timing of the rotations. It is the first game of Super Weekend, so that could be the case. And NASR Esports, so far another casualty at the hands of Falcon.
Yeah, so we did have a huge southwestern circle for the very first initial phase, right? That is causing many of these teams to rotate in from the east, and timing-wise, they all start rotating around the 7-minute mark, and they're just naturally running into each other. Team Falcons getting a nice chance at third party. NASR, of course, down to just that one player, desperately trying to make it out alive, at least put up a few more points for the team. And the circle shift did once again shift. We shifted off the military island, so we will not be seeing that crazy circle. It shifted mainly just onto the main island, and we have a very nice circle now in circle number 2, as many of these teams still continuing to rotate on in.
Stalwart UA were able to kind of move away from the sticky field position they were in and shifted a bit down south to the compound just overlooking the Ferry Pier Hill. Twisted Minds have a 2-1-1 split. One's in the lighthouse, 2 by the coastline compound, and Raucus you can see on your screen overlooking that compound that Stalwart UAE are in. One thing that I find interesting, Zute, and I don't know what to make of it, is that nobody in phase 1 kind of utilized the chopsticks area. Nobody really utilized the south of Pachinki hillside. I thought those are 2 decent parts to hold on to in the first couple of circles, especially considering you don't know how it was going to shift.
It could be a good point to just wait to see where the circle goes, but with it being so hard southwest, I think a lot of teams felt comfortable to go a bit deeper in, right? Keep in mind, that very first circle had so much water in play, you can almost imagine it as phase 2 already. So that's why teams ventured a bit deeper. And yeah, if it was a first circle with less water, yeah, teams would stick around the edge to see where the circle actually shift towards. But with so much water, you know, it's like a circle 2, and we're almost basically kind of like circle 3 already. So teams definitely adjusting to that one. So we've seen some players, you know, some casualties. Nigma Galaxy down to 3, NASR down to 1. So not the slowest of starts coming into the Super Weekend. Teams are feeling a little bit comfortable to take those fights, take those engagements, and of course their shots are on point already.
Revolution, I feel, have got themselves into a very sticky situation by hanging around Military Island for as long as they have. If I were them, I'd actually go back into the blue zone and shift across the eastern bridge. Yeah, okay, they take a decent bit of tick damage coming into phase 3, but I definitely think they'd have a bit of a safer entry point into towards the kind of northeastern edge of the circle. Oh,
Oh no.
Jesus.
All right. It's not as bad as that Military Island circle ship we saw on day 1. But yeah, PMPL, are you not entertained? We get another hard shift all the way down south, and it's going towards that Fairpier Primorsk area. Ooh, this one's gonna get really spicy, Imperium.
Like, why does it feel like such a harsher circle shift than phase 2 to phase 3? It kind of feels like phase 2 jumped to phase 4. Maybe that's because a good kind of 25 to 30% of the circle is in water. Primorsk and that kind of hillside just outside of Primorsk is very viable, but I see a lot of teams committing to that beachside area, that kind of coastal line. Zap is going to get run over by RTG. The madness is unfolding right in front of our eyes, and we're only 13.5 minutes into the game. A couple of the RTG players getting knocked down. KSJ9 is able to at least get a bit of a counterplay onto Rokus of Twisted Minds as they went in a little bit wild. At least as a solo player, the IGL for Twisted Minds decided to be the kind of like, investigator. But he pays the ultimate price. 963 still able to control the beach side for the time being.
Circle 3, this is more like a Circle 5 with the panic and chaos that is just ensuing on your screens. All of these teams going for a mad scramble in this area. What's the worst part about the circle? Not only does it have water in play, but this area of the circle, so little hard cover. You see that beach side, it's just dips and valleys. And same here with Stalwart Esports. We do have some hilltops that do provide advantages, but it's just all wide open and exposed. The only hard cover is around the edges of this zone.
I really like that rotation from Stalwart UAE. Maybe it's because I'm a little bit biased because I mentioned that. Hillside, the biggest and most important thing is that they use the edge that you mentioned to really shut down 1million. They can't allow 1million to backstab, and unfortunately KAMIKAZE join in, I believe, from that northern Quarry hillside to get a knock into one of their players.
We see the teams down here in the southern side playing a little bit split, which I do love. You do not want to group up in these dips together. You'll just get pushed on in. Same with the hard cover in the shack. You never want to put all your eggs in one basket, so to say. So RTG and 963 right here doing a nice little split and their adjustments. Will they get the next few zones, though? Because moving from this area back up north would be quite difficult. And the next circle shift does come out. It centers right on up. So at least no more hard shifts for all of these teams. But all that hard cover I mentioned around the edges of the map, well, almost none of that is in play now. We have Nigma Galaxy straight in the middle of that new circle shift. They have the one nice compound, but they're a 3-man. That could get really tricky for them to defend if a team decides to full send them.
Conqueror Rack, compound in the northeast island. It's inside. Dunak, should I say, apologies. Dunak, also compound that's a little bit to the north of Conqueror Rack, or to the west, should I say, right on the northern edge of the circle. Also in the circle. However, the issue for those two teams, or that's outside of their control, is if the next phase goes down south or even centers up, they're going to be outside the circle, and it's extremely flat right down south of where they are. It's tough for all of these teams. As Stalwart looks to engage onto the members of YaLLa. Sanji is knocked and now being thrown up by Easy. Will it connect? I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, these teams are both trying to vie for a position on that southwestern side. Of course, Stalwarts do have the priority. already set up in that position. You see this high ground, teams trying to circumvent that. That's exactly what YaLLa isn't trying to do. They're trying to put some pressure onto Stalwarts, at least, to not just give them free shots when they rotate on in. And it looks like YaLLa will have a southwestern position. You see two of the members on that mini map already in the circle. Stalwart, of course, not fully yet in the zone. I'm not even sure if they realize two of the players of YaLLa have already circumvented their defense. This is good, though, for YaLLa. They'll manage to find a nice edge side to stay alive in, at least.
But I gotta give props to Stalwart, because they did send Van Kid into the edge of the circle as an anchor point. So as much as they might not have seen what YaLLa were doing, they were preparing and thinking about their own entry point, their own game plan. I don't know what 1 million were doing, by the way, trying to rotate on the coastline around Stalwart and expected to get away with that. They suffer. They get punished. They're down to one player. Twisted Minds, Vigors in the elimination feed, getting a knock onto one of the Falcon players. The Ferry Pier kind of hillside, he's on that eastern edge of the circle. I'm a little bit surprised that Falcon kind of tried to reposition and commit to a deeper circle position, because I think holding on to the eastern edge would have paid off a little bit more strongly for them.
I do believe Falcon have like a shack over there that they're playing, but taking a look at YaLLa, they are going on the offensive. I love this play out of YaLLa. So you saw three of their players behind the shack in hard cover, but they're not going to default to that. They're going to use their positioning and actually somewhat of a split, a 1-2-1 split with a center point holding two of the players. That's quite a beautiful split for this circle. And they're pressuring out that team coming in from the edge, and they're forcing K12 into another team. So they will control that southwestern side as the next circle comes on out. And this shift is going to determine a whole lot. We're going back down to Ferry Pier Imperium. And the water is still in play, where we see some of the Revolution players swimming in.
I don't know what to tell you. Madness. Absolute madness. Nigma Galaxy have been gifted the gods of just freedom and clarity in this first game of the very first Super Weekend, PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. The circle, their compound, it's all in line for a potential Nigma chicken dinner in the very first day. Damien Twisted Minds is going to look to change it, at least on the more northeastern edge of the circle, as K12 Unknown gets knocked. Just one more player left from his side, and he's outside the circle.
Nigma Galaxy getting a blessing and potentially a curse. With them being on that hardship side, there is a good chance a team might just crash a compound, and down to 3 players, it might get difficult to defend, but it's such a messy scramble for so many of these teams. I don't think there'll be a clean crash onto Nigma Galaxy, so they might just be chilling here. You can see the chaos and the carnage just from these teams trying to make their way in. So many teams taking multiple third-party shots at long distance at one another. And this is this open field side zone that we're talking about. Not a lot of hard cover to work with. A lot of sight lines from multiple angles. And teams are definitely getting punished for the circle.
Brad. They don't know what they're going to be able to do as they get taken out. Followed by Dunak. It's like they just take each other out and said, okay, let's make a bit of a pact. If one of us is going down, we're both going down. Stalwart UAE, they're still staying alive, and they're looking for the members of Revolution in towards the dip of the sand dunes down by the beach side. It's going to be Revolution causing a revolution in this game one and taking out Stalwart UAE.
Stalwart UAE went for the full send. It just did not work out. I can't even blame them, though. There's so little real estate left in the circle. So much... You know, there's only a few spots left that is unoccupied. And here's that Rico Infinity team, the team that will full send this crash. So I'd like to see if Nigma Galaxy could win this 3v4 at this compound. It seems like for now they're just going to chill and give them their building, and the rest of the buildings will belong to Nigma Galaxy for now. But if the circle shifts off this area, Rico Infinity will definitely have to take an engagement. And just like that, we're down to just a few teams left. We have a Falcon player in the north that's yet to move in from the blue zone, so that may be another team soon to be eliminated. And, well, looks like Nigma Galaxy and Rico Infinity They might just be neighbors for a little bit longer and farm the rest of the lobby.
Would you like some sugar, my friendly neighbor? Yes, I will. Thank you very much. If you need any milk or coffee later on, let me know. Yeah, sure. Absolutely no problem at all. However, the one thing that worries me a little bit about Nigma Galaxy is they're just a bit too split. I prefer to see a kind of 2-1 formation in those buildings. I get the split is there to avoid 2 going down to a nade, but I think that would allow them to have a little bit of extra firepower considering their compound is still in the circle. Twisted Minds on the eastern side. They have to move a hell of a long way to get into the circle. They have a limited amount of transportation in front of them. 1 million, the last player still on the coastline, is in the game for the time being.
Nigma Galaxy taking some long-range shots now, trying to gatekeep out the Twisted Minds. Yeah, limited vehicles is absolutely right. You see so many blown up vehicles, so many smoking vehicles in this wide open zone as... Ooh, really nice shot by Rico Infinity downrange. So difficult with so many of these teams to move on in because they're the focus of everybody at the compound. And this is Nigma Galaxy and Rico Infinity, 2 of some of the most experienced teams taking shots at you. So it is definitely rough for the Twisted Minds.
I appreciate that, just kind of going bit by bit, looking for anything in the edge of the circle. Conqueror Rack trying to play for the road. Rico Infinity picks off 2 of their players. They're still 2 up. Have they got a nade in their hands to throw out? It's going to be Rue from Nigma Galaxy. He's going to be looking for the steals, the elimination steals onto the members of Conqueror Rack. RTG go down. We're left with 7 teams, 15 players alive. Twisted Minds, Dami with Vigors sends it into the edge of the hillside that's in the circle. However, there's a big chance they're going to get backstabbed by the players from Revolution. Groza of Conqueror Rack, the solo player alive for his team is YaLLa. They still have 2 players up. Lovely nade by Elaji.
Yeah, backstabbed indeed. Not even by means of gunfire. There we go. The grenade and then the shots. There goes down Twisted Minds. Definitely needing to clear out their edges of the circle rather than going a little bit deeper. Hopefully that's a lesson to be learned. And next circle, well, Nigma Galaxy and Rico Infinity got it again. Will they continue to be neighbors, though? Maybe they've had enough of each other. They do have to mount somewhat of a defense, though, on a couple of teams coming in. And Nigma Galaxy is going to take more of the brunt force of that as the circle shifted north, forcing the 2 teams of YaLLa and Revolution to move on up. And there you see Revolution making their play. Rico Infinity with a player on top of the roof. Ooh, that's such a good position for him right now. And Lord snaking on by, might be able to catch this player out of guard, and Prestige, if he gets knocked there, he will also be confirmed.
We talked about the sugar. Well, now I'm talking about the spice and everything not so nice between the members of Rico Infinity and Nigma Galaxy. Freak onto Ida. Looking to be a freak of nature. A double knock onto the members of Rico Infinity. Now they're alert to what's going on around them. Now they recognize that there's no more sugar for them. Only a hell of a lot of bullets and a few nades raining down supreme. Elaji of Revolution. He's the last player. The peaks are absolutely on point from Elaji. Can he get the knock on the powerful? He's thrown at the DP28 bullets. Big risk taken by powerful, but he stays alive for the time being. Now with Ragnar, they're looking to cover into the edge of the circle. Baby steps one at a time. The top 5 are left in this game 1.
If Alaji's shots were just a little bit more accurate, he got both players down to 1 HP. That could have been a clean wipe on a team if the shots were ringing out a little bit more true. But here we go. He gets a second chance at it. And the counter fire from the other teams across the way, getting him down to 1 HP. But he will stay alive. He will confirm that point. This team, Revolution, already up to 9 eliminations. We're down to 5 teams. Rico Infinity still with 4 up. All the other teams at most maybe have 1 or 2 players. This is looking like a Rico Infinity chicken dinner, and they have 11 eliminations to their names already.
Powerful. Made it into the building. 4 eliminations for YaLLa so far in this game, and top 5. They're my team to look out for, especially in this first week. Or the first super weekend, should I say. Can he pull out a bit of a clutch moment? Is he going to get spotted by Rico Infinity? Yeah, okay, the body advantage is in their favor. But when you got 1 player of Revolution, 1 player of CONQUEROR, and 1 player of YaLLa, as well as the last player from Nigma Galaxy, anything can happen. They're the unknown variables to an extent. How much information have they been able to gather, and will they continue to gather? Ragnar jumps out. Bandar, should I say, jumps down from the roof of the building into the shack. Plus, as Phase A Blue Zone starts closing in, there's no guarantee that the center point is going to work in their favor.
Rico Infinity realize they have a huge cross to make. And with so many single player teams around, they're not going to take any risk on those cross angles. That's 1 player down to the blue zone. CONQUEROR.
Oh, wow.
That'll clear up some space right there for them.
Alaji just snaking through the grass on the entry point of the buildings. Gotten rid of the backpack. Makes sense. Out of sight, out of mind. They're down to our final 4 teams. It is 4v1, v1, v1. So if you're a betting man, bet your bottom dollar you'd be putting your money on the members of Rico Infinity. Prestige takes down powerful last player YaLLa. Down they go. We're left with 3. Good effort by Root, but he can't deal with it any longer. Revolution tries to take advantage. Doesn't. Rico Infinity. A big dinner.
What a great chicken dinner out of Rico Infinity. I was saying, there's going to be a good chance a team crashes that compound, and Rico Infinity took it upon themselves to entry on into their Nigma Galaxy. They got their work for them. They were down to 3 from the very beginning of the game, but I feel like they played it very well. They optimized their positions and a lot of placement points as well. But for all the teams coming in from the Fairy Pier side, from the Shoreline sides, kudos to them for making it through that mess. That was quite a crazy game for the very first game of the Super Weekend Imperium.
Especially Revolution. I gotta kind of hold my hands up and say I was wrong. Because I suggested, although it was just before Phase 3 shifted, so I have to give myself a little bit of a pass in that regard. But I kind of suggested that they should go back on towards the eastern side and go onto the island in through the blue and then into the Phase 3 circle. But when that Phase 3 shifted, they did utilize the fact that it was away from the bridge in a heavy way, but they could stick to that coastal line, and they got into the dip, and they controlled that dip really well. They took down Stalwart UAE, took down Twisted Minds, got a number of kills, and got into the top 2. You can't argue with that from Revolution.
Yeah, Revolution, actually, at one point, I believe they were the team that I saw swimming in the beach side. So they kind of took their rotation in, went into the water because they were late. They were late coming into those dips because they had to rotate from Military Island side. So they just went into the water and they waited it out, and then they beached the beachfront, and they picked up 9 eliminations along the way, fighting their way in. The second highest eliminations in the lobby, of course, Rico Infinity with a massive chicken dinner right there. And not just a chicken dinner. Keep in mind, they just won themselves $1,000 too, Imperium.
Oh, yes. You said a 1,000 juicy dollaroos for Rico Infinity. I do think the top 5 all really deserve their result. Twisted Minds, yeah, okay, they probably could have pushed Revolution, and that was definitely a little bit of a mistake, I would say, on their side, because they were gathering information on their tiptoe entry point into that circle, and they should have known that Revolution were there on the edge. It just didn't work out. However, CONQUEROR probably made, in my eyes, a little bit of a bigger mistake sticking to the wall. They should have just made a full compound crash onto Rico Infinity. I know they still got top 6, but in terms of the fight to win a fight, it just wasn't really there from CONQUEROR.
Yeah. So one thing that we talked about from league play into this super weekend, we don't really want to compare it too much because the super weekend typically is a
No.
completely different beast. But I'm taking a look at the league weekend results, right? Nigma Galaxy in the top, Rico Infinity in the top five, YaLLa in the top five, Twisted Minds
Yep.
in the top five. And from that very first game, even though the circles were so wild and you could say RNG based, those top five
Yep.
teams from the league made it and navigated through that chaos. So we could complain all day about circle shifts. This is like, oh, this game's so RNG, but this is a clear display of skill and experience. And even with those insane circle shifts, the top teams consistently from the league play can manage and navigate that. But of course, there's one caveat though. NASR Esports finished that one with 0 points, but they were second overall in the league. But I feel like that's more so due to their early game rotations when they went from 4 players down to 1 very, very early on when they got third party in a fight.
Yeah, it was between them, 963 and Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds were the one that really kind of put them downhill and somewhat down in the dumps for sure. And yeah, Nigma's 3-person spread in that compound just outside the Fair Pier as well. I think they played that wonderfully and they executed it quite well. Stalwart UAE, I think they could have done more to shut down YaLLa. That's one thing that I will say. 1 million made the mistake of trying to go for the coastline, but I would argue that Stalwart really could have done more from an aggressive standpoint to get a number of elimination points onto the members of YaLLa. I think YaLLa, in their own right, played it really well, but they were given much more space by Stalwart UA than maybe in a situation involving more competitive / global teams. So that's just one thing to point out for Stalwart UA. Good rotation, but you gotta control it. You gotta make it your own, and they didn't seem to do that.
Yeah, Stalwart UAE was more so just making sure they get their own little half side of that zone, and they didn't really be too proactive to pressure out YaLLa, right? YaLLa came in with all 4 members up. Of course, YaLLa did a nice rotation. They utilized that shack, and then they had a really good spacing control afterwards. You give YaLLa an inch into the circle. We saw immediately they did a 1-2-1 split, 2 at the center point behind the shack, and they just ended up controlling so much of the zone because they got their that small entry into that shack point, and then they adjusted so beautifully. Stalwart Esports, of course, like you mentioned, could have done a little bit more to make it a bit more difficult for YaLLa not to get that entry point in. But of course, Stalwart Esports, that was still an okay game from them, like you said. And I think, as the Super Weekend goes on, Stalwart's UAE, this is more of an inexperienced team, right? They're a bit newer. YaLLa, we've seen them play time and time again. So it's just going to take a little bit of time for them to catch on up.
Yeah, having a look at the Oppo moments, the highlights of the first game. I'm really glad that you highlight kind of YaLLa in terms of how they did have themselves split up in a 1-2-1. They were probably the most impressive team for me in that game, because even right down to the end, when Powerful, and I forget who the second player that was left alive, it's something very simple, but it's way more big brain than people initially think. One of the players went for the push in the revolution, and the other player went into the building. Naturally, to the first thing you might think of is, why didn't they go for the push together? But the reason why they went for the push and one for the side of the building is because the one that went for the push was a distraction to Revolution's last player, so that so Powerful could make it into the shack to survive for some more placement points. And that was really well played and executed by YaLLa, and it got him in top 3. That deserves a lot of props.
Yeah, it definitely does. And it's like, it's a 50-50. They could 2v1 push them, but you saw that ridge line, the defending player does have the advantage, and you guys could both go out.
Yeah.
But the decision to have one, sneak on by and the other distract, that has a higher chance of just getting at least one player in alive. So it was a good decision by YaLLa, and overall, points are points, and they had a decent finish.
Exactly. A good idea is us going on a bit of a break so we can get things set up for game number 2 of the day. Don't go away. Miramar is coming up.
Every time landing in my
Welcome back to PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split with myself, Imperium, and the wonderful Zute. We're in the very first day of the very first Super Weekend, and the game one, it's finished, and it was won by the wonderful Rico Infinity.
A really good closing by Rico Infinity, and they even closed it with keeping all 4 players up. We saw at one point they were on that hillside on that west, and they were under a lot of cross angles, but they contained their spacing or controlled their spacing quite well. And that breach point into that compound of Nigma Galaxy, well, that did lead to that chicken dinner for them. So great start for the Rico Infinity team, and great start to getting $1,000 in their pockets as well.
Love the fact that you mentioned that twice. Now you're just like, oh.
It's the
Now
money.
I know what's on your mind most of the time. Now I know what's on your mind most of the time. Of course, what's on my mind, if that matters to you, Zute, if what's on my mind matters to you, I hope it does, is our streaming partners, Nemo TV. You can go check them out. They're the official streaming partners for the PUBG Mobile PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. We are going to be heading into game number 2, which is on Miramar, as I highlighted. Kind of between what we've seen in the first game, hard shifts kind of excluded, and what we've seen in the first couple of days with the league stage. Anything massively on your mind about it?
I think we might just be in for another one of those days, Imperium, where the hard shifts just keep hard shifting. And I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But the players, maybe not as much.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's yeah, it's nothing to be wrong. I think that's a safe bet from yourself on what could happen in this second game. Of course, you can keep up to date on all of the socials and all of the channels of PMPL between kind of YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. All of it is right down underneath at the bottom of your screens. Follow, keep up to date, and use the hashtag PMPL to communicate with us all. So yeah, of course, join in on the conversation. Simple as that. Before getting into game 2, yeah, you said that kind of like you're here for the hard shifts. That's where I look at a team like YaLLa and how they were able to deal with kind of the hard shifts and the situations that they had with the spread that they were able to hold on to. I look at them as coming out really strongly into this Miramar game.
YaLLa, I think, like you said, when the game ended, you feel like they were the best performing team. Of course, they didn't get the most amount of points, but Nigma Galaxy, got kind of circle blessed there. Rico Infinity did a good job going into that compound and breaching on in. But once they got there, they got the circles and they got the safety of the walls, whereas YaLLa had to work and fight their way in. So that was definitely a good warm-up game for YaLLa Esports. They definitely can navigate that teamwork and got that experience down. As we take a look at the Miramar playing path, well, it's as fair as ever as far as playing paths go. But we saw the same thing out of Erangel match number 1, right? The playing path was very nice, but the circles were a completely different story.
K12 split drop around Porter Prisa area. KAMIKAZE a little bit south behind them, but I think what KAMIKAZE will do is pick up vehicles and go to Valdemar, because that's where they normally loot up. And that's a good shout for them. I really like that awareness of recognizing that not only is it a safer area to drop outside of their normal looting spot, but it's also a pretty solid area to get vehicles and make a clean rotation to your normal looting phase. So good stuff, KAMIKAZE.
I see that first circle, Imperio, and it reminds me of the circle we just had on Erangel quite a lot. That is an unnatural first circle where it's so hard shifted already to one side of the map. Like, maybe it's accentuated by the fact that the entirety of the mirror map is a little bit cut off from this view. Like Campo Militar, we don't see all of it. But of course, for the camera crew, for the camera team, we don't expect a circle to go north of Campo Militar. So this is going to be It's going to be another one of those games, Imperium. Maybe the hardships won't be as difficult, but as far as the very first circle goes, that's an unnatural first circle to say the least.
Look, PUBG Mobile algorithm, circle algorithms, whatever you've been taking, I'll have some of that, because if it results in this kind of fun, in this kind of craziness and destruction, I'm all here for it. Give me some of that. Revolution kind of split dropping around the Hacienda area. Falcon Esports a little bit further up north, but they did have one player, YaLLa, as you can see, kind of edge close to one of their Revolution players. QHD has no idea that YaLLa is disengaged, so he's just kind of shooting into the air, hoping that there's someone there.
You can see that tunnel focus right there when he was peeking that window. You could actually see the player Falcon just running off in the distance, but of course, they were much more focused on the window, thinking that that player was still here. And they even brought the entirety of the team of Revolution to deal with this one player. This is a lot of wasted time, right? But at least they're being safe about it. So there is that. But that is wasted loot time. They're clearing out quickly though, so maybe they could get back to looting, because that first circle does kind of favor them too. That hard northeastern circle, their loot spot is on the northern side of the map currently. So even though they're wasting a little bit of time looting, it kind of is balanced out by them getting a favorable first circle.
963 in Stalwart UAE, and a little bit of tickle shots towards each other. Easy clearly taking the majority of the shots by 963, just sending Stalwart UAE away from Tumasera, saying this is my land, this is our home. And I think what we saw between Revolution and Falcon, I genuinely think that's also kind of one of the things where it's easy for us to say it's time wasting because it didn't work out for them. They didn't get a kill. But if they hadn't have full sent it, and YaLLa had have caught out one of the Revolution players, we might have been saying that was a mistake. So I look at that as, and I know you kind of ended it on that note, I think it was overall really, really positive that they did send a full squad there, that they aren't taking any chances at all.
You never know. 2v1s typically are, just set standard where it's like, okay, the two players should be able to win that. But we've even seen in the PMGC level, players lose those 2v1s from time to time. So they were just being extra cautious and taking the whole team. And at least the communication was quick. Within less than, I would say, a minute and a half, the team showed up to clear that out. So it was a fast, full send. It wasn't like one of those really slow ones. So overall, it was a good job by Revolution. And of course, they ended that first game that we just had previously in pretty good standings too. So don't want to be too critical of them, because they're a team that seems like they do know what they're doing and they're committing to things quickly.
He's now starting to rotate out of their loot positions and more into the circle. YaLLa moving out of Picado, NASR Esports moving out of Los Leones. K12 still looting up Porto Priso, which I find a little bit worrying, because they would have been one of the first teams to start looting. Technically, should have been one of the first teams to start rotating.
We are about 6 minutes in. And if you compare them to other teams that are rotating, yes, they're definitely late. They're looting first, and teams that started their loot phase a little bit later are already rotating. But they are on that eastern side of the circle, so they don't have to worry about too many teams in front of them versus the teams rotating in from the western side, right? So maybe that does play into factor of them taking a little bit more of their time, because that eastern road side to rotate up north into the circle is pretty clear for them to have a nice, easy rotation in. As you see on your screen, YaLLa making their rotation, driving along the ridge side, maybe using a little bit of that TPP to scout these compound as Conqueror. They're here, but they're not taking any shots. They're maybe baiting them to come on in, but YaLLa has other ideas. They're going to rotate more central of the zone.
I don't mind Conqueror having one player inside Minas, but I'm really not a fan of the spread they have on Minas, because I don't think it's an area where a team is really going to push into this early in the game. So I just look at it as a bit of a useless spread. One player to gather information on teams rotating around Minas, yeah, go for it. But the full squad, there's no real positive in my eyes with that.
They do have one player on top of the mountain north of Minas, though. So as far as scouting goes and gaining information like 360 around the Minas area, they have that covered. So they're not like all just hunkered in, not really controlling too much of the zone territory. They got one player up there. Of course, I'd agree with you, like they could be a little bit more split, control a bit more sight lines. But it's not too terrible as long as they have that player outside of Minas on top of that mountain. I'm looking at the mini-map right now. Many of these teams are rotating now. We're 8 minutes in. There are some teams in the blue zone. Nigma Galaxy far off in the west side of El Pozo, and Twisted Minds far out west in the city of Monte Nuevo. Of course, they had to stretch quite a bit of a distance to start their loot drop, so they will be taking a little more time in that blue zone. But who knows, man? The circle might just end up hard shifting toward the west side of the map, and they could just get a nice free entry in.
That's honestly what I'm kind of thinking for this phase 2, is that it is going to shift massively over to the west. Falcon Esports are committing quite a good chunk of their position to the northeastern side of this phase 1 initially. 1 million now starting to move out of El Azahar, but phase 2, it does continue to stick on the northeastern side.
Yeah, that's a good shift for many of these teams. It's not going to the northeast. It kind of almost centers up in a sense. And you see K12 on that eastern side. You were talking about how they're rotating a little bit late, but they use that eastern path. No teams really in front of them, and they get a nice rotation up. But with this next circle shift, most of that middle of the map is the high grounds. You see it right here where YaLLa is rotating around. It's all hillsides. It's all high grounds. And Conqueror, we were saying, we saw a lot of their players stick in Mina as well. With that circle shift, they adjusted very quickly, and immediately the players moved out of the Minas region and into the hillsides and mountaintop. So the team was just biding their time, and I really like how fast they reacted to that zone.
Definitely happy with how fast it reacted. I have a bit of an alternative kind of negative around it, but we'll wait and see and how they play with this fight. Couple of shots by Calaga just to apply a little bit of suppression. Bit of a distraction while the rest of the team maybe push a bit forward. What I appreciate from YaLLa is that they're not committing too much, and I even think they're looking to disengage away from this position completely, even if it means Sanji goes down, or at least provide a bit of suppressing fire without committing to the fight fully. Although, I might be wrong. They seem to have themselves set up.
I think they're just trying to get Sanji out of there safely. So no player left behind. Let's go. And Calaga taking shots from the other side. Yeah, he took shots from the other side of the hillside. He didn't even stay on his side of the hill to take those shots. Luckily for him, he did not get eliminated. That was definitely a little bit of a bait right there. Some long distance SLR shots going out. The DMRs coming into play. We do see NASR once again has lost 2 members. So really rough start to game number 1 where they lost 3, and coming into Miramar, this is only circle 2, and they're only down to 2 members themselves. And another one getting knocked right there, and they're down to 1. Ragnarok, the last player up. This is the team that got 2nd place overall from League Week, and it's looking like they're gonna get 2 zeros in a row coming into the Super Weekend.
And I kind of feel bad for them in terms of the start of the Super Weekend. We're only 2 games in out of 15, so look, you know, they could easily turn it around. It seems like they don't really have any real identity. And K12, you said their kind of later rotation was still going to work out because they had that eastern roadside. They've used that massively. Of course, squad wipe on the NASR with that.
Yeah, NASR was the defending team at that compound too. So for this, to see them fall apart like that when they were the team there defending, I don't know what happened from League into Super Weekend, but this is not a good start for them, obviously. But mentally, this is an even worse mental start. Your very first Super Weekend, 2-0 points back to back. Might be a little bit demotivating as the circle shifts up on North. We do have that roadside splitting the circle somewhat in half, but that northern side of the circle is the same as the southern side. It's just pretty much all hills, not too many, hard cover compounds left in the zone. And Nigma Galaxy, well, you see they're known for their rotations, right? In Pyramid. Well, I was talking about earlier how they're still in the blue on that first circle, and somehow they've managed to make their way into that northern side of the circle. And they're the team that's honestly looking like in the best position compared to all the ones migrating from the south.
Yeah, it's just they've just slipped into his face and gone, okay, yeah, we'll take this position. Cool. Have fun, guys. Have fun down south trying to deal with each other. We'll just hold on to the north. Happy days. And this hill that's kind of in the center of the circle, it has some decent cover, but I wouldn't call it that kind of harder open cover compared to, let's say, the Al Azhar South Hills, right? So I think it becomes a little bit more volatile for the teams, a little bit less secure, should they even make it in to this position in this circle. KAMIKAZE trying to utilize this eastern side of the map to carve something into the edge of the circle. Ragnar of YaLLa, they found a southeastern spot to call their own. Now they take a couple of shots towards Dunak to send them a little bit further away. Brilliant. It's simple, but just so effective from YaLLa.
Yeah, just adding a little bit of pressure, and just that few shots puts the entirety of Dunak down into the compound, and now YaLLa kind of have full control of this area. YaLLa can very easily rotate on ahead of them because they have the high ground hill advantage to keep them pressured in. Even if it's just one player doing that pressure, it's almost like a 1v4, keeping all of Dunak down, hunkered in. So next zone will be shifting out pretty soon. And with this being the edge of zone, they do need a rotate most likely, and YaLLa has already set that up by putting that pressure out. So beautifully done by them. 1million taking an engagement with K12. Wow, beautiful shots. This is on the northeastern side of the map. KURD12 trying to break into the zone, but this team of 1million, their shots are on point right now.
It's like throws nade, switches a gun, turns and gets a knock. Just beautiful from Gaga. But the rest of the team does need to respond. There's a bit of a heavy spread by 1million. 3-1. This K12 do opt to move away. It could be the kind of situation for K12 where they just gotta go into Al Azhar on that western edge and just hope for the best. It's not going to be the case, as the next circle is popping up and it does shift up north once again. Nigma Galaxy, what like what are you doing, guys? What are you doing?
Zone magnets right now. I mean, that's a great shift for Nigma Galaxy, but I almost want to say they kind of probably hope it didn't shift onto them so much to the point where they're going to have so many teams rotating in on their positions now. They probably wanted a little bit more of just being on the edge of the circle so they could hold a split easier. But KURD12, YaLLa coming in, rotating through El Azhar. Hello, KURD12. We are occupying this city. You need to pay a toll, and that toll is going to be 2 of the players of the YaLLa side.
I don't hold that against YaLLa per se, because I think it wasn't the most senseless rotation from YaLLa. Especially considering K12 moved into the edge of the city so late in the game, hoping is able to at least get a bit of a counter knock onto Unknown, who was looting up the body of one of the YaLLa players on the roadside. You gotta be careful where you're watching, where you're looking, is hoping. He's just hoping on a wing and a prayer that he can pick up another knock, possibly another kill. He cannot allow the revive to come out. He has. Now it's going to be a bit of a split by surprise. Nate comes out, will connect to Unknown. Just a little bit enough to get the confirmation, and Surprise is just like, sorry, man. You only get 2 lives. You're on your own. I'm moving out of here.
Oh, I feel so bad for Unknown. He was just looting a box, gets knocked, gets revived, and then the grenade as he's running away. But it's not done yet for YaLLa and K12. They're going to continue this fight, and K12 comes out on top. They lose one member. One player does get knocked. I think he will be able to get revived. Blue zone is closing on in, but it's a slower blue zone close. This time around, they're going to drop that smoke for additional cover. But their work's not done for KURD12. They still got 1 million ahead of them that they have to break on through.
Dunak Gringo in the feed, getting some lovely couple of knocks and kills onto 963. That is the end of 963. Now you see me, now you don't. The dam was going to break at some point, right? We've seen 3 teams eliminated. I'm surprised we haven't seen more, so I got to give props to a lot of these teams. I think they've reacted to that kind of hard circle shift up north of phase 4 quite well. Revolution, Smoke is knocked. Rex, Alaji, still up, but in that building all on by themselves. Rad now looking to push forward. They have the full squad sending in. Satan is going to get the molly. Knock and kill on the Smoker, followed by Alaji. Rex can do absolutely nothing other than use the hay bale and a pocket full of dreams. It ain't gonna last long. A Rad close it out.
The proactiveness out of Rod definitely impressing me right here. Both of those teams could have shared those compounds, but they took it upon themselves to get those openings. And KURD12 circumventing the 1 million team, coming in from the southern side and taking a fight with Dunak now. Fight's looking pretty decent. Zone is closing in, but I think that might be it for KURD12. KURD12, last I saw, with 7 eliminations. Hey, make do with what you can with that circle, and if it doesn't favor you, pick it up in the points through eliminations, and that is exactly what the K12 team did. So even though they go out early, they pick up a total of 8 points. That's a pretty good game.
Massive respect to K12. They put up a hell of a fight. Big props. 1 million. 2 eliminations. Still a full squad. That spread is working out quite nicely. But as of course the circles shrink, teams get closer, it becomes harder to control the area you have around you. Stalwart UAE have a compound in the circle. Falcon has to breach. They're directly in front down the hill, but they also have KAMIKAZE behind them. So it's a lovely 3-way line between those 3 teams.
It's a Congo line, but this is not a Congo line where you just
Bingo.
have fun. This is a violence ensued Congo line as KAMIKAZE taking long range shots, getting Freak knocked down. I don't know if they have time to go revive Freak because Freak was in that back line. Looks like Nigma Galaxy is going to go for it. Meanwhile, Falcon taking a third-party shot onto the 1 million. 1 million, you skip past the Congo line and you do not want to be in the center right now between Stalwart Esports and the Falcon team up top. And of course, there's also KAMIKAZE even further on up. Take a look at that mini-map, Imperium. We got action 360 all around. Twisted Minds on that northwestern side, though. They're chilling for now.
Yeah, exactly, because especially with the way the circles are shifted, nobody wants to be in the center because it's really not the hard cover that I mentioned a couple of circles ago. 1 million. They tried to skip the queue and they're going to pay the price. Gaga's still alive. ZT was revived. He's now the final player up. I hate people that try and skip queues, don't you, Zute? It's so annoying. So annoying.
It is. It is. Meanwhile, KAMIKAZE, the team that was in queue. Oh, a double grenade. Hold on. Stalwart Esports mounting a really good defense right now. 1 million still involved, though. They're going to get that revive. It is going to come down to 2 players of 1 million. A full team of Falcon if they could get the revives, and 3 players of Stalwarts. And on the northern side, Nigma Galaxy is taking a full committed fight with KAMIKAZE. And I think Nigma Galaxy is getting limited. 1 million coming into play now, taking out one of the Falcon players.
Okay, Leafy instantly gets a heal off and comes in to get a knock into one of the Falcon players. Stalwart UAE between the utility and just the kind of sticking inside the buildings. They were afraid to push that massively on the Falcon, but in the end they get the job done with Fan Kid along with Mexico. But Gaga prone down. Final player alive for 1 million. Stalwart, they have the body advantage. They're going to finish it off. The circle has shifted their way, but they have all the space to move in.
well done by Star Wars. They don't lose a single member. They had that defense initially with 3, and they keep 3 up. On the southern side of things, the violence and fighting ensues as Conqueror taking shots at Rod. We have 3 teams down south. Rico Infinity still involved. They just circumvented this fight by going to the northwest side of the circle. And Twisted Minds, by the way, third party, both the teams of Nigma Galaxy and I believe it was KAMIKAZE, and they have 4 players up coming in from the north.
Oh, trade comes through between Rahad and Rico Infinity. RTG getting involved in that one. On a side note, you highlighted the third party, 4 parties. It's the way it goes inside these final circles, especially in this terrain, in this area of Miramar. The full body play from Twisted Mind should allow them to get a number of extra elimination points and hopefully a few positional points. The insecurity around the chicken dinner is there, but Rokas sends it in and wastes absolutely no time. The winners of game 1, they've been eliminated.
They're done and out.
My
Twisted Minds
God.
looking pretty dominant now. Yeah, Twisted Minds, that was so proactive of them. They took down 2 teams from the north side with a nice third party, and they take advantage of the positioning from where they gained circle control on the north, and they're continuing that pressure. Star Wars trying to come in now to also vie for a northern position, but Twisted Minds is already here, and they have the man advantage.
But what I do like about Stalwart is that Ashblood is behind. I know he's not in the circle, but he's behind, so he's that supporting player. It means that Stalwart, they don't need to push. They need to force Twisted Minds into a little bit of a mistake. That wiggle room advantage I see from Stalwart. However, as you said, the lack of bodies does provide a bit of a disadvantage.
This fight is going to assume very soon. I think Twisted Minds is just trying to get a nice survey of where the teams are left before they make a move. I mean, they know they're sitting comfortable. They have a nice hill to work with. They have 4 players up, so they're not feeling the need to rush anything anymore. And I like the patience switch out of them. We saw how aggressive they were playing just 3 minutes ago, and they realized coming into this late game, okay, we can take things a little bit slow. We no longer have to do anything, but my God, yeah, Imperium, that circle, that's gonna make things a little bit more difficult for Twisted Minds.
RTG Esports KURDSQUAD out in 4th. Nothing that final player could do. Nobody's inside this circle. Twisted Minds, Rokas gets knocked. It's actually traded by Vankid of Stalwart. So the 2 teams up in the north are low-key helping each other against a 1 team that's down south. What I love is that Stalwart instantly sent 2 players on that eastern edge of the circle. Vankid once again being that supporting player in the back line. He's going to be proning around the side of the hill, looking for anyone of the Twisted Minds players. Caliga looking to do something similar on the eastern edge of the circle. He's on his own. Royd was knocked, is confirmed. CONQUEROR down to 2. These are our final 3 teams. Twisted Minds sends their vehicle in and 2 players follow suit. Kato is following behind. Lovely play by Dami from Twisted Minds. Gets a knock on the Vankid. Is there a response from NASR UAE? There needs to be, and there is. Mexico stands up. It's iKURD onto the member of Twisted Minds. Dami laying low, standing tall. Kato driving forward. It could be any one of these teams. There's a third party from Caliga gets a knock on the Stalwart. Sute, what are we witnessing?
This is a 3-way dance right now. All the teams taking a lot of casualties. Conqueror, though, coming in with 2 looking strong, and they're going to do a 2-pronged approach. Galgal needs to win this fight. If he does, he clears out that northeastern side. We're down to just 2 teams. Twisted Mind gets their revive just in time. 2v3 situation. Conqueror Iraq with the spread, though, with the control. Twisted Minds, however, with the man advantage.
I mean, cooking up a nade. That's some nice plays. One of the players is going to try and suppress it in. However, a knock comes through by Groza. We're left in a 2-2. Another nade by Dami. Caliga is wrapping around. I don't know Twisted Minds is fully aware that Caliga is there. I absolutely love this 1-1 between Groza and Caliga. It's not putting all their eggs in one basket. It's splitting the focus. They know they have the body disadvantage, so technically they're not going to be able to trade, even if the two of the players were together. The best they can hope for is an absolute beautiful side attack by KAMIKAZE. Tunnel vision possibly by the whole of Twisted Minds on the Groza. They've yet to even clear him off. Phase 8
MG3
has popped up, shifted towards KAMIKAZE.
MG3 in the hands of KAMIKAZE, by the way. That guy's basically a two-man army now with that gun and plant. Oh, 1 and 2 and done.
Now he's looking for the third. He's going to get knocked, but now that opens the door. Kato takes a hell of a lot of damage. Where is Groza? Where is Groza? In he comes, stands up, he does. Looks for the confirmation. He's going to try and find Kato. However, as he switches gun, he throws it. He crumbles under the pressure. And it's Kato. Chicken dinner with some minds.
Wow, that play, he got that first aid off, hiding in between the buggy wheels, and I thought he was going to lose it. There's that delay when you go unprone, where you're kind of stuck in that animation, but immediately his movement side to side kicked in, and it caught the other player off guard. But can we talk about the MG3? It was a 2v3, but the second I saw that MG3 in hand, I wanted to point it out. I wanted to mention that gun changes you into not just a one-man army. You're pretty much almost two players with a gun like that in your hand. And I don't know where he picked it up from. There was no airdrops. I think he might have picked it off a body or something, but that just almost got them the game. Just almost. It came down to a beautiful 1v1 Imperium.
I do think there was that lack of coordination from the two remaining KONQUEROR Iraq players. I don't know if you'd agree, because it's not like KAMIKAZE was instant with those two knocks. He got one, then he had to kind of crouch down a bit, stand up. There was a good, 2 seconds at least, where I thought Groza would have been pushing a little bit quicker. I would argue just a lack of coordination / communication between the two of them.
Maybe. I mean, that the last player of KONQUEROR had to push over wide in the open, right? He was worried that the third player would be holding a TPP angle, but the second he realized that third player challenged his teammate, he ran as fast as he could. So I can't really fault KONQUEROR that kind of small disconnect in the heat of the moment, right? But taking a look at the overalls, though, right? Twisted Minds coming in with a total of 24 total points, and your boy Rokus Imperium, he's happy because he just earned himself some money as well.
Oh yeah, $1,000 in the back pocket for Twisted Minds. Kato clutched it up in the end. And one tiny thing as well that I think helped Twisted Minds, it's not much, but I don't know if you noticed it, is that one of the Twisted Minds players that was still knocked but not confirmed, he actually moved to help Kato and kind of become a bit of a meat shield for him. As far as I know, anyway, But either way, moving on to the second page, once again, as you said during the game, NASR Esports, 2 games, both 0-pointers, and it's a fall from grace for YaLLa and Revolution as they only pick up 1 and 2 points apiece.
Also, Nigma Galaxy, right? We saw that circle. It went right on top of them. It almost looked like a bless, but my prediction came true. They probably didn't want the circle so focused up on them, because that did force a lot of teams to push up towards their area, and that defense did get difficult as they did go down kind of early. They only got 1 placement point and 3 elimination points.
Looking at the overall rankings after 2 games, it gives us a sense of where we stand for the time being. Rico and Finney, they won the first game, $1,000 in their back pocket. And in game number 2, they got themselves 7 points. So that does put them in first place with 37 points, but it is followed quite closely by Twisted Minds.
And KONQUEROR Iraq with 2 pretty decent finishes in a row.
Yeah.
That's good. That's really good by this team. And KONQUEROR Iraq, I do believe in the league stage, they didn't do too bad, but they definitely didn't really stand out the way they're standing out now. Same with the Revolution team. So nice to see after 2 games, some of the teams that didn't get to pop off too hard in the league days is starting off the Super Weekend strong, and that's where it really matters.
Yeah, we are only 2 games in, of course, of the Super Weekend, so I'm sure the standings will change and evolve massively across the day. 963, I think they've been a bit of a surprising in a negative way for me so far. Because in the first league, unless it's just a product of them not adapting, but in the first league, Zute, they got, I think, 3 to 4 good points over 10 points apiece. Day 2, they struggled a bit, but I suppose they're secured in the Super Weekend there. However, the trend has continued from the second day of league play, where they struggled in these first 2 games.
We're only 2 games in, right? We still not only just have 3 games left to go, we still have 2 entire days. And by the end of the week, I'm sure everything is going to be looking a lot different. And hopefully, as far as NASR goes, I want to see the team that we saw that impressed us so much in the league play, right? I always want to see stronger teams come in and show us what they got, because as you know, not just a caster, but as a previous ex-pro player, I love seeing the strategies develop. I love seeing how teams take control of situations. And of course, for the fans out there, I think that's probably one of the most exciting parts about esports, seeing a team that you like absolutely dominate.
And especially, and I know it's easy to say this, but especially for NASR Esports, they've genuinely such a rich history in PUBG Mobile. Such a rich history. Going back to the very first kind of PMCO season, they were there. However, they've never really kind of hit the major heights. They've been in a PMPL here, they've been in a high regional final there, but they haven't really kind of hit that next level, and this is their moment now to kind of prove it. However, we're also looking at the Oppo moments in the highlights of this second game.
Yeah, you were just talking about the moments, but yeah, the Oppo moments here, this is where it all really came down throughout the Miramar match. There's that Congo line that we were talking about on the northern side, and on the southern side, we didn't see too much focus here because we were so interested in the dance up north, but there was just massive action spewing out of the map, 360 all around. Rico Infinity, they thought they had a way in, but just getting sandwiched in between both teams. Twisted Minds being so proactive here, and we talked about that pacing. They slowed it down towards the end game, and they still got that chicken, even though it looked a little bit risky at one point for the team.
Did Twisted Minds make a bit of a mistake in not engaging on the Stalwart when they had a bit more of an opportunity?
Yes and no. I definitely see where you're coming from with that question, because we did see the Stalwart team, right? They did set up a nice 1-2, and the Twisted Mind teams drove right in the middle of them. But hey, Twisted Minds, one thing I learned from watching them throughout the league play, they have the gun skill to kind of balance out potential quote-unquote mistakes, right? When they drove in between the Stalwarts team, they were supposed to kind of lose out on that. But when you got players with insane gun skills, they could really clutch things up. And that's another aspect I love about the game. It's not just pure strategy. It does come down to mechanics. And if your mechanics are that good, hey, you could be technically doing something wrong from a strategical standpoint. But if you're going to just body the guy shooting at you, well, I mean, you're just going to body him. It doesn't matter where he's shooting you from, high ground or, you know, behind cover and you're wide in the open.
Yeah.
It's another aspect of the game, Imperio.
Yeah, that's true. That's, I suppose, why I asked that question. But either way, we're going to once again go to a break. When we come back, we'll be going into game number 3 of the day and our second Erangel of the day. Hi, we're back. This is PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. If you've just joined us, if you have just joined us, where have you been? You should have been here from the start. We'll forgive you this time. Don't let it happen again. Isn't that right, Zute?
Oh yeah, you missed out on two amazing matches. The first one in particular was really crazy with the zone shifts, and the second one, well, the second one was really crazy in the sense of just where that very first circle of Miramar went. So we're glad you're here now because we still got 3 games left, and fingers crossed, matches will be just as entertaining.
I really love that second game. One of my favorite games in a while because I really think that the last 4 to 5 teams or 4 to 6 teams really worked their kind of asses off to get those positions and get those points with how flat and kind of harsh that terrain was to the west of Al Azhar. Plus, we rarely see a Miramar game end in that part of the map. So it was such a joy to watch how the teams reacted. And there's a certain point in the game where when we had 3 teams eliminated, again, I said it during the time and I'll say it now. I was really surprised that only 3 teams were eliminated. I think the teams dealt with that kind of harsh circle shift extremely well for the most part.
Oh, yeah. It was a very good adaptation by many of the teams. And make sure you find us on the social medias and you can join in the conversation. Hashtag PMPL. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And we even got a TikTok going. You can see that TikTok on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Maybe you'll catch us doing some dances there. I know TikTok is great for that. Oh, I think Imperium just said no. You don't want to do any dancing? You don't want to have a tango, so to say?
What? Well, we saw Congo in that previous game.
Yeah.
What is one of the latest TikTok dances? Because you're into TikTok, aren't you?
A little bit. I think we'll have to save that conversation for another time because we are jumping into the next match already. But yeah, I did do a TikTok dance, PUBG Mobile related too. I don't know if you remember, but when they released a new update on the crouching, right? You could spam crouch. I did a little TikTok dance with the spam crouching thing, and it was quite funny. But this plane path looking pretty fair, you know, a little bit further away from that northwestern side, but teams should be able to stretch on out. But I don't think teams really cared about the plane paths anymore at this point. We've had 2 games back to back where it was the circles that really threw things in a loop for many of the teams.
Revolution once again dropping in military base. Curious to see how they react to the incoming phase 1. Maybe moving out of military island a little bit earlier could prove to be more beneficial later down the line. I always say that military, and I don't know what your thoughts are, military island drop. I think it's one of the most kind of like toughest drops to really rotate from. And when I look back at teams in the past that have kind of dealt well with a military island drop, I think Affinity have been the most successful team. And whenever we've seen a phase on circle such as this, they've also always looked pretty dominant. So will Revolution have the same end result? Possibly a chicken dinner for Revolution.
Possibly. But yeah, you heard me laugh. You heard Imperium chuckle a little bit. It is welcome to PMPL, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the circles just have a whole different, it's a different breed of circles. So we do have, I would say, majority military island, unless if the circle shifts onto the bridge, like centers up on that second circle. Yeah, it could. And for Revolution, right, they have a good opportunity to camp the bridge. The biggest problem, though, the center of the map is where that bridge camp will take place, and teams can easily rotate on behind them and camp them out from camping the bridge. And if I'm not mistaken, Twisted Minds doing a really nice adjustment. We saw last game, they looted the farm area doing a farm split, but with that very first circle, they were heading towards farm, saw the zone, and they're actually going to take their cars and just rotate straight onto Military Island already and start their loot phase there. So great adjustment by the Twisted Minds for this very first circle.
Yeah, genuinely, I'm curious to see how all of these teams react to this phase one. Yes, we could see still a mainland circle finish in this game. But at the end of the day, if you're going to commit yourself to Military Island rotation, I'm super curious who's going to pull it out at the right way at the right time. Twisted Minds, you've highlighted them. Yes, absolutely perfect. Botations from 1 million? Possibly. They're still in the circle in Primorsk, but it's very easy for them to just grab a couple of boats and go onto the south side of the island.
Ooh, Dunak catching one player of Nigma Galaxy on his own. So Nigma Galaxy had all of Pochinki to loot for themselves, but I'm wondering if they're doing some type of split on the western side of Pochinki due to the circle. That's really curious to see. The only thing I could theorize is this. They want to control the traffic on the western side of the circle so they could take a botation later on into Military Island. But other than that, they have no real reason to be looting over there when they had all of Pochinki for themselves.
Were they possibly looking to grab vehicles? Some early vehicles,
no.
Then go to Pochinki, then loot up?
No, Ralph had no reason to be that far up to look for vehicles. They had all their vehicles in play. So, honestly, like I said, the only thing I can imagine is they wanted to control the traffic of the western side of the circle. So later on, as, you know, that factor compounds when they control more of the west and control the traffic, they'll have an easier navigation by botation onto Military Island. Otherwise, they just control the center of the map to control the bridge area, and they stay in Pochinki and rotate on out. So, I mean, we're going a lot into this, but this is a Nigma Galaxy team, after all, that got third place in the PMGC. So seeing them adjust so drastically in such a different way does really pique my interest.
It does mine as well, for sure. Now, the last time we saw Nigma lose a player early on, they end up coming in like third, so on one hand, yeah, it worries me what we just saw, but on the other hand, it kind of doesn't, at least as of right now, and turns this for a super weekend. KONQUEROR are going for a bit of a bridge camp on that western bridge. Stalwart have gone for an early rotation onto Military Island. Twisted Mind, not only did they go early into the circle, but they created a massive 4-man spread on the southern side of the island. Their thought process is, well, 2 to 3 other teams could be thinking the south of the island is clear, it's safe, because nobody tends to stick around there. We're going to stick as a spread, and we're going to be able to take advantage of them. I like that idea.
Yeah, not only that, that southern side of Military Island actually has a good amount of loot. Seeing the split they're doing, they're each taking one of those bigger compounds on the southern side, and I love that. They don't go into Novo to loot because they're not sure what teams might adjust to this circle and end up in Novo, and then they're caught on the edge side of the circle fighting. And we do see Rod actually did adjust from that Melt to Power side going into Novo to loot. So in a way, Twisted Minds, not only do they set up a potential split to catch teams off guard, they're also doing a split loot, which is one of the more safer ones because they don't have too much VOD footage review to study off of to know exactly how teams adjust to a military circle.
I also get why some teams like Rico, Infinity, K12, YaLLa, and Falcons as well, dropping in Yaznaya, why they're going to wait until kind of the very tail end of Phase 1/Phase 2 to, in any way, try and control the position inside the circle. There's just no point rotating from the distance they are from this initial Phase 1 with the lack of loot they would have. They're just better off waiting.
I would agree with that. The faster they rotate here, that just means the faster they run into teams at this point, because they're so far away from the first circle zone priority. I do see the ONEMILLION taking a botation from the Primorsk side, but they're not doing a full committed rotation. They're sending like maybe one player over for now, and they have 3 players still in the city of Primorsk. Yeah, I do like that, because this is not like a like 70-30 military zone island. This is like, there's quite a bit of the main island still left into play, and we could easily see a hard shift back onto the main island. Worst case scenario, but best case scenario for us is it shifts right onto the bridge area, and we see a straight up 50-50 coming into circle 2 with a lot of water left in play.
Of course, context on why we're not really talking too much about what is directly going on the screen, and we're definitely more focused on how teams are reacting to this phase on and where they're currently located, because it's clearly a more important aspect of this early game. The highlight, KAMIKAZE did send it across early enough in this phase 1 blue zone. Revolution landed in Military Island. They're already there. They have a 3-1 split. Now we look at phase number 2. It's good, but it's not the best circle shift the teams would like.
Yeah, there's still that question mark right there. I would say it's like a 70, 65, 35, more likely to be on the military island side. But I mean, we've seen time and time again, when it should go one way, for some reason, it always goes the other way. So it's still a lot to be answered as we watch the rest of the game play out. In K12, they have 2 in the northeast of Kameshki and 2 in the northwest of Novo. Am I seeing this correctly?
Yeah.
That's
It's
interesting.
like probably the biggest split I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, tell me about it. So I don't think we might see too much action. I think teams are really still setting themselves up positioning-wise to figure out where the zone is going to go. No teams are committing to a fight, because it's like, if we commit to a fight here, we don't even know if we're going to have to migrate to the other side of the island, and it slows down that rotation that teams are all trying to prioritize right now. Because going into the 3rd circle, teams want to move fast if it goes up into the northern island. Teams want to move fast if it goes onto the military island side. So we might see a bit slower of a game right now.
It's been a struggle bus of the first 2 games for NASR, but I gotta say, between phase 1 and phase 2, they put themselves in the best position. I always look for a team kind of going into that very, very coastal line of the mainland center point, because it's technically the shortest distance of a swim over to the military island. Now, what's made it even better in my eyes is that they've already sent a player across onto the military island, Batika, just as an anchor point for the phase 3 potentially going over to the military island. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I think the first time I ever seen this strategy being done was maybe 1.5 years ago by a Chinese team. I was watching the PEL, which is their tournament over in China. And I think teams have started noticing this, and it actually works out really well. To get that anchor point, to get that heads up info is really crucial. And as far as which way the circle goes, you have information on both sides. 1 million right here, taking this position early on, gets rewarded with 1 elimination point by Jabal. And we're down to 62. And we're about to head into circle number 3.
That was a mistake in my eyes for KAMIKAZE, because they were, 1, over a military island earlier than 1 million, and 2, you're 2/3 of the way through phase 2. If you don't have your players locked into a position this deep into the circle on phase 2, you're asking to get caught out like that. So bit of a fluff from KAMIKAZE.
Yeah, I don't mind KAMIKAZE going there, but if, like you said, if they did that in circle 1 and got that position early, sure, makes sense. You're doing this midway into like circle 3, that's too late. Teams are too fast. Teams will set up in all of those nice positions already. And the next circle shift, okay, here we go, Imperium. It does go down into military base island, and there are multiple teams that have yet to plan across into that military base side. NASR, that 3-1 split, well, that's going to work out beautifully for them.
Okay, let's go! It's CONQUEROR Iraq engage onto YaLLa. Powerful gets knocked, eliminated. Boom, goes the dynamite. It's even better for NASR because their northern edge of the circle position isn't really like a big focus. Okay, a couple of teams are hovering around that area, so we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to deal with any potential pressure on that beach side of the military island. That's some good defense from CONQUEROR. Some very decent defense.
Let's also talk about CONQUEROR Iraq's decision to stay here. We've seen teams in this position before. The second it shifts onto military island, they all go ahead and dip and they play the zone. But CONQUEROR Iraq instead, they're just going to simply be like, you shall not pass. We're going to be that team that sits here for as long as we can to cause as much chaos and mayhem for everyone else. And, you know, they could pick up some elimination points. There's of course risks. If they get into a fight and Rico Infinity slams them, that's a deadlock engagement. That could be the death of both teams.
True.
So CONQUEROR Iraq is making that conscious decision of trying to get some elimination points.
I also look at the fact that they don't know for certain what's on the other side of the bridge. Could a team be bridge camping them? At that point, they become a sandwich if they move away from this position. So to kind of, you know, echo what you said, bang on that they're bridge camping, bang on that they're sticking here going, we shall not pass.
So it looks like, and in fact, now that you mention it, maybe they want to take a few minutes to not rotate, so it gives the team on the other side of the bridge the thinking that, like, oh, there's someone else camping the bridge on the other side, we may as well go into zone. So it works out beautifully. But the Falcons and 963 taking a fight in the blue zone, both of these teams trying to rotate in on that eastern side of the bridge in the blue. But Falcons are definitely losing this one as 963 with those double knocks pushing on in. Wait, hold on a second. Where's that other player of 963 going? I thought he was going to wrap around. Zuxi just... Zuxi's like...
yeah, I know. I thought he was doing that as well.
Yeah.
Why would you...
What?
Like, shorty, you ride as a team and you die as a team. One, you could have kept yourself up as a 3-person team, and 2, you could have gotten yourself 3 extra elimination points.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a big part of why I've been kind of disappointed with 963 in the first 2 games. That's wild. You can't let them get away with that.
That is just bad. In every shape and form.
Yeah.
Like, it's as simple as that. I got nothing else. I got nothing else to say. Rico Infinity trying to rotate on in, and this is that bridge crossing this late into the game. Play zone. Oh no.
Yeah.
KURD 12 here.
Yep.
Oh man. This is disgusting.
This is the point. It's a point in the game where it becomes a bit of a cluster truck, right? You know, right now, these are, with all due respect to the players, these are like the weeds. Right now, the weeds just need to be picked off, and then we'll be left with the blooming flowers of 4 to 5 teams who are inside the circle, and then we can kind of really get into the meat and bones of this Game 3. I feel sorry for all these teams because the circle shifts have not been the best right from the start. But yeah, they're in the position. They're in the position.
CONQUEROR, by the way, they just ended up bridge camping the other side. So they definitely wanted to stick to that you shall not pass meta instead of just focusing on the zone. And kudos to them. That circle has shifted once again, by the way. It does center on up onto the northern side of military base where we saw NASR make that cross. 1,000,000 Esports and military base. They got to rotate themselves. And here we go. CONQUEROR, they got a breach on in now. Now, for the first time, they are getting gate kept, and they have to take a fight with a team to get into the next zone. But RTG playing so quiet. Beautiful bait. They pick up 1.
They pick up a 2nd. It's just a knock, but it's something. It shuts down, it slows down CONQUEROR Iraq. And they've been thrown up by Vito. Has to be careful. Goes back behind the tree for the time being. They did lose a player early on. RTG. I don't really call their position like the best position to be in on the edge of the circle, but the spread has really worked in their favor. Plus, silent, quiet as a mouse, allowed them to strike like a venomous snake into the wild. But CONQUEROR Iraq have been put back up as a 3-person team, and they're going to disengage across the road and hold onto the western edge of the circle.
Yeah, they realize they don't want to take this fight with RTG, so they're going to just try and circumvent them, find some other spot in the zone. Maybe there's some shacks, some, you know, houses
Jesus,
that they might
deep.
go for. Yeah, that's what they're going to go for. They're going to go for these sparse, hard-cover buildings, but getting shot at from every single one of them, they don't feel comfortable crashing, and I can't blame them. With so much unknown territory, so much unknown information, they're going to stop somewhere. They can survive in that position. I've seen this position played out before.
No.
It's not the best, but it's like a pocket that they could just chill in for now.
I suppose nobody really wants to engage on them, right? Because they know that they could get third party in an instant. So I see, to an extent, how it can work out. They do lose Groza. 2 left up. 1million Esports go down on the southern side of the map. Twisted Minds, I believe, finished that squad up off. They're down to 2 players. The next circle once again shifts up north, albeit a good central connection. Stalwart Esports, or Stalwart UAE, should I say specifically, now going to band together in the dead center of the circle.
I love that readjustment. The circle before, they actually were holding a 2-1-1 split. And with that new shift, they immediately readjust their position. So they had all the play options cut out for them. NASR, by the way, swam over. If you're wondering why they're all running on foot with no vehicles, that's why. And Stalwart Esports, or Stalwart UAE, gave up that compound because they want a more central position. And that's a key go-ahead for NASR to fill that northern position in. So teams adjusting quite well. Not all the teams are in yet. We're going to see some teams go out here, and some more fights will ensue very quickly. We're down to 31 players left alive, and I love how we've slowed down considerably after all the teams that did not get into the military base were eliminated.
You talk about slowing down, and no wonder players has been knocked. But you know the way 963 disengaged away from Falcon and moved into the circle and were technically ahead of Falcon? Falcon actually ended up, between the last circle and this circle, still ending up ahead of 963 on the edge of the circle. That's wild to me. And I say that as a negative once again towards 963. I'm sorry if it feels like I'm going a bit too hard on them, but have to point it out, as I pointed out, as KAMIKAZE whittled down to 1 player trying to defend against RTG. They're outside of the circle. I can't see them surviving for much longer, as J9 is going to push with the UMP. They being thrown out by KAMIKAZE. They do get themselves up at least as 2 players. Now they're going to look to disperse.
They take their shots, and there we go. KAMIKAZE finishes out RTG. They gotta move their way into zone. They see a shack. There's 1 Rico Infinity player in there. It all comes down to if that Rico Infinity player can get that pre-nade in. That will change everything. On the southeastern side, we see Twisted Minds trying to breach into the zone. A team of Rod, a 4-man team of Rod, by the way, controlling that southeastern side too. There's a lot of teams on the south. We see KONQUEROR still managing to stay alive, but like I said earlier, they can maybe just stay alive in that spot, but not the best spot to hold down, and they are slowly getting punished for it.
You called it a pocket? Well, who can open that pocket and take it away from them? Diggers from Twisted Minds get to knock in a confirmation. We saw the impressive play of them just to kind of get an elimination, get a push, get a kill. And they're showing it once again. Turn their attention towards the members of KONQUEROR. Their shots firing from all distances towards the Twisted Minds members as they are on the high ground. The circle shifts over towards the western side. Stalwart Esports, Stalwart UAE to be specific, still have a 3-1 split.
Stalwart UAE. I want to see them start picking up some eliminations with this new zone. Can't blame them for only having 2 so far, because so much of the action is being congested on the outskirts of the zone. But this is where they should be able to shine, getting that zone. Revolution, by the way, has also kept 4 up, just being chill for now. So Revolution could come in huge. Twisted Minds working their way in right now. You see on that score on your right-hand side of the screen with 6 eliminations, doing a really good job fighting their way in. But that's just as I say that, Vigors go down, and they're down to 1. Revolution starting to pop off now on the high ground advantage.
NASR and Stalwart UAE, the only 2 teams to have a full squad up. 963 left with 2. Nigma Galaxy go down. Rad left with just a solo player alive. Satan gonna throw smoke as he ducks, dips, dives, and dodges behind a tree. Another one goes out, trying to create a bit of a smoke wall. 963, you can see into distance, going to be put down to 1. Team Falcons are eliminated. 5 teams left. And NASR, they have to move forward, but they had that building. They had a little bit of a safety net, and now they're sending all 4 players with the smokes into the northern edge of the circle.
Smokes are good for blocking lines of sight, but I want to see that Stalwart UAE team just start spraying the smokes, because NASR, they're running in 4 deep, 4 strong.
It's flashing.
Doing what they can with the smokes, but yeah, it is flat open territory, and even the teams on the high ground are taking shots at them.
I love the fact that they're also using their guns. They're running, gunning, smoking, gunning, using the communication, and it's very hard in the moment to be super quick on the communication, super quick between the smokes and the shots. So really well played by NASR. Revolution still has 2 players, QHT and Rex. The full squad of Stalwart UAE. 3-1 with It's a Bood and the shack across the road. Actually, sorry, it's easy. My apologies, that's across the road as far as I know. Either way, the circle continues to go towards a Ragnarok with the AUG. Opens fire, connects the bullets, and that's the door swinging through. Unfortunately, a third party by Rex is going to get a knock on the Batika, and NASR Esports are being whittled down. The smokes are dispersing. The area in the circle is massively exposed, and unfortunately, their game 3 ends. What a way to go down. They put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, Stalwart UAE coming alive now. One of their players is knocked in that shack, but good smokes across on over. So Revolution, 3 up. They have somewhat of a ridge line to take these peaks, but the circle goes towards Stalwart UAE, so they get that zone blessing. We still got 1 member of ROD left. He might come into play and help out the Revolution team, as that ROD player is creeping on forwards. He might catch off easy there, holding that angle split on that shack side. Here comes the push, though, out of Revolution Imperium. Are they going to work this one out? They're going to take a little more time, maybe put in some more shots as the ROD player goes down. We're down to a 4v3.
Just like in PMGC East, this is going to be to infinity and beyond for Revolution. They landed in Military Island. They played it through comfortably, but now their final fight is going to come through on the southern edge of this phase 7 as the blue zone creeps closer towards phase number 8. Stalwart do have the biggest, strongest position in the circle. They have the most bullets, they have the most shots, they have most control, but it's not without Revolution putting up a fight. They're down to just 1. Easy across the road was a surprise attack on the Revolution. Elijah finds a boot, but he has very little cover. He has no utility. A shot comes through, and that's a chicken dinner for Stalwart UAE.
Congratulations to Stalwart UAE. The pacing of that match was definitely different. We saw a lot of early game action due to those circles, and then as all the teams had just didn't make it into Military Island, I mean, it slowed down a bit. And the zones after that were quite nice. It centered up each and every single time. Teams got time to work their way in, to fight their way in, which is why we saw a slower pacing. But ultimately, Stalwart UAE, I would want to say they got those circles. They got that circle blessed. But before it came down to that late game, they held a nice 2-1-1 split. And even at the late game, they held a nice 3-1 split that controlled both sides of the road. So good adjustments out of the chicken dinner team of Stalwart UAE.
Yeah, can't argue with that one. And instantly we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with the highlights, match rankings, and game number 4.
I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BanPan information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BanPan information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG Mobile Security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.
Welcome back after a little bit of a longer break after game number 3, the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. Brought to you by the wonderful sponsors, Oppo. You can upgrade your performance and upgrade your fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. The design smartphones for the PUBG Mobile NASR Esports PMPL 2022. Ute, 3 games in. What's your thoughts?
PMPL is always just way entertaining. I mean, that's pretty much it. We've seen something really different out of all 3 games, and I'm not even talking about results from teams. I'm talking about the circles themselves and what teams had to do to get towards the late game in each of those zones. It's very dynamic from one game to another, and it's just pure entertainment.
And I know it can be easy to say this from what we've seen from the likes of Nigma and even Rico Infinity and a couple of other teams throughout 2021. But I genuinely believe that what we've seen in the first 3 games today is a big sign and a big kind of sum up of the growth of the MENA region over the last year and a half, right? Whether it's the Global Esports Tour live event, whether it's the Star Challenge, whether it's the PMPLs, the Regional Championships, this region has big time stepped up to the plate. And when we're seeing variable rotations, when we're seeing teams get themselves out of sticky situations, push forward in the way that we're seeing, it shows an even bigger potential off the back of what was clearly an amazing year for the region.
Yeah, every time we see a team like doing something, right? We see it's a very well thought out plan. It's not like we rarely question seeing a team doing something and we're like, oh, what are they trying to do? What's the play here? It's like it's very evident what their game plan is. Like we saw CONQUEROR, for example, gatekeeping the bridge. They went ahead and did it. As we take a look at the Oppo moments, we might see that on screen, but they were gatekeeping the teams out from the bridge, and they held it down for an extra 2 minutes, and the second they disengage, they gatekept the other side of the bridge. Really just well-executed plans, and they just know what they want to do.
The only moment that we really kind of questioned what the hell was this moment when it was really easily a clean potential win for the members of 963, and they let Falcon reset themselves up as minimum 2-person team. And yeah, that was the only kind of really weird moment we saw.
That was pretty much it. All the other teams either just couldn't fight their way in, and not due to the fault of them, but just because other teams played their positions so well where they were supposed to, take the fight and take the win. And NASR, shout outs to them. They had a way better game in this one compared to the first 2. So they at least put up some points.
I thought their reaction to the circles were perfect. Their positioning was fantastic. I did say, I think it was on like phase 3, that kind of, if the circle shifted down south, that it was flat terrain in front of them on the beach side. That kind of was the case. But still, the way they dealt with it and they tried to push using the smokes, you can't argue. They just hit that brick wall towards the end. And Revolution, I know they didn't have the best of game 2s, but game 1, game 3 have both been massive
Mm-hmm.
successes on that kind of coastal line. I'm interested to see how they will deal from a rotational standpoint in an Erangel game with him, like a circle they have to move into. But in terms of the first 2 Erangel games, they've proven to be able to control positions in the circle.
Yeah, and so Stalwart UAE coming out on top. And sorry if you hear this multiple times throughout the day, but this is big money. $1,000 for Stalwart UAE, and not just that, 25 total points put towards their Super Weekend Grand total points, right? Revolution coming in second. Rod having a good game. That's good for them. We are seeing them up towards the top now with 13 points. And of course, NASR finally no more 0 points. It's 10 points, which is pretty good, but even better, there's 2 games left to go, and now they can kind of, release a breath that they've been holding up, right? 2 0 points in a row. It's like, can we actually do this? Can we actually get some points on the table?
Yeah,
and they pick up 10,
exactly.
which is a good amount.
So, just to make sure, how much money did Stalwart get for that chicken dinner?
Oh, did I $1,000? $1,000 ruse.
I just don't think I heard it too well. But moving on to the second half of the page, kind of somewhat unfamiliar names in the. When I say unfamiliar, but unfamiliar for bottom half of the standings. Rico with 5 elimination with 5 points. Nigma with 4 points. It's a shame because I really think KONQUEROR kind of deserved more points in that game. It just didn't work their way in terms of teams didn't fall for the trap of a bridge camp.
Yeah, I think that's a learning lesson to be had for KONQUEROR Iraq too. We've seen in previous tournaments, like maybe years back, maybe 2 years ago, teams could get a lot of eliminations bridge camping because so many teams panic. They don't know what to do. They don't know how long they could survive in the blue zone. So teams would just all start trying to drive past the compound. Teams back then also didn't know how to take fights at the compound. So they just try and drive on through and rely on a little bit of luck, and you get a lot of eliminations. But nowadays, the meta has shifted. And for KONQUEROR Rec, maybe that's a learning point for them. They wasted, or I wouldn't say wasted. They tried to get eliminations camping the bridge for so long, but they barely got any. So maybe next time around, they're just going to prioritize that rotation instead.
Yeah, exactly. I really feel the initial bridge camp on the mainland side was very heavily about not having the information on what was across the bridge. So just kind of waiting a minute or so.
Yeah.
But it was definitely the second half of that bridge camp on the military island side, which, as you said, was just, just that kind of slight, maybe wrong decision that they will and should learn from in the future. It is what it is, though. It's hard to kind of predict all the time. Moving into the fourth game, though, we're getting Sanhok for the very first time in the PMPL Arabia. Is this just going to be a little bit of clusterness because it's the first Sanhok game, or do you think it might be a little bit too passive because it's the first Sanhok game?
Well, the very first thing I want to address is the hot drops, right? Sanhok, a much smaller map for 16 teams to play in, and we might see some hot drops. Sure, these teams might have had practice, like scrim-wise, outside of the official matches being broadcasted, but you never know in scrims what one team's going to do in scrims versus what one team might do when it comes to the actual matches, especially coming in the Super Weekend. So very first thing I want to see is there going to be any hot drops? And if not, well, are these teams feeling confident enough to play aggressive? Because that's the name of the game when it comes to Sanhok. Your gun skill, your team synergy when it comes to those fights have to be fast and quick.
I love the fact that in the one map where we're most used to crazy circle shifts and hard circle shifts for the teams, we actually get probably arguably the easiest phase 1 circle. Yes, it does have a good kind of 20 to 30% of the circle in the water, but it's on the mainland. Teams kind of give or take know where it's going to land in Sanhok. So it seems like this day is a little bit of an upside down day per se.
Yeah, this first circle far towards the east. It is a weird day as far as the circles are concerned. But no team's really doing a hot drop. We see K12 doing a split drop that does kind of stretch into a split drop of Revolution. So we might see a 1v1 there. And I see a lot of splits, honestly. So many of these teams definitely feeling comfortable enough on Sanhok to split up a bit. But here's that 1v1 I was talking about, Imperium. Rex starting off with the disadvantage, down to 60% health. No weapon? No, he does have one.
Ardashani doesn't have a helmet. But at the end of the day, he still wins the 1v1 trade against Rex. We'll be able to heal up as well in the meantime. And that's just one of the... It's just a product of a bit of a split, not having absolutely full awareness of where kind of teams are. The one split that I find super interesting now, they've moved it from a heavy split into a little bit of a closer split, was RTGs. They had like two teams, you know, more north of kind of Bootcamp, and two players in between Bootcamp and Pineland. It was a really weird split for me, but now they've joined together, they've grabbed their vehicles, and they're going a lot closer. It was just that initial split drop that I was like, that's not normal. But yeah, just something I thought I'd point out.
This Revolution player, I think he's taking a little bit too long. I understand he's trying to cap this player out, but yeah, there's no reason for that player to go up north into the open. If anything, the player out of K12 is going to group up with his... Oh, just as I say that, running over into the... Oh, there's a buggy. Oh, that buggy is such a... I feel so bad, honestly, for the player of Bardashani, because if that buggy was not there, right, he would have looted the rest of the buildings and went further south, which basically keeps him out of line of sight. So he would have been fine.
Yeah,
but that buggy baited him out.
But hey, did you see him take a second to peek out the door or window of any of those buildings and look up the hill? I didn't.
No, he did not.
So I would look at that as just poor scouting from you taking down a player from a team. If you don't expect at least one player from the opposing team to either get some kind of revenge or be close by, that's a mistake in my eyes. I'm sorry, but I have to look at that as a genuine mistake from Bardashani. He did no element of scouting at all up that hill.
Fair enough, fair enough. You do make a really good point. So we got 2 players already eliminated. Could have been a lot worse because I was expecting maybe at least one hot drop, but teams have done their practice outside of these games, right? So I think they're pretty familiar with it, with where everyone might drop, and that's great to see, right? They're not just relying on the actual PMPL matches to get their matches in. They've set up scrims, they're practicing, and so every team here is coming into these matches with a good idea of what they're getting into.
I love Falcon Esports 2-2 split between Kampong and Docs. Absolutely spot on, especially obviously for this kind of circle. 963 and LaQuai, they are in a bit of a trickier position in my eyes of this phase 1 than what it initially looks, because the hill that's to the west of LaQuai, it's quite sprawling, so it's a little bit tougher to control. Obviously, circle 2 shifting depends on how trickier it becomes for them. But how we seen them deal with the first 3 games, it does leave me in a little bit more of a worrying thought about them than if it was a different story.
Mm-hmm. Something to take note of, Nigma Galaxy looting the southwest. So a very similar looting area as they did for PMGC. They loot on the edges of the Sanhok map. So that just shows to me like they're not looking to change up their strategy when it comes to Sanhok as far as being more central, fighting their way into the zones, taking zone priority. It looks like they're willing to play Sanhok kind of slower with that med strat in mind. So might just see Nigma Galaxy very potentially end up getting second place in this match, because we've seen the med strat in PMGC up to second quite consistently, and this being a technically easier lobby should mean they should have an even easier time to do that.
KAMIKAZE up on the very northern side of the map. You see Rico Infinity. They dropped in Paradise. They now have a bit of a 2-2 split. I like that. But as of right now in this phase number 1, they're even going to be rewarded with a cheeky elimination point onto one of the RTG players. But I think having 2 on the kind of northern side of Paradise as they do, it covers their backs just a little bit more cleanly in this phase 1. It's good to see.
Definitely good. I'm just taking a look at the mini map to see where these teams are setting up, and just like, how are they set up? I'm noticing already this region for this very first Sanhok match, many teams are playing split, which I love to see. They're not too scared to control more ground. And
I know
we casted a tournament, I believe just maybe a few weeks ago, and we saw a lot of Sanhoks, and the teams that did play a little bit more spread out and weren't scared to apply pressure, you know, around the size of the territory they control, those were the teams that usually did better on Sanhok. And as far as this lobby goes, Imperium, I'm seeing all, or maybe 80% of the teams all playing very split. So this is really cool to see.
I find it interesting and overall a good way that quite a few teams have committed to positions very close to Quarry, because I could very easily see the circle between phase 2 and 3 at least shifting heavily towards Quarry. So having that kind of early control over the hills either side could be a massive benefit for a few of these teams.
Yeah, Quarry always comes into play quite crucially if the zone goes anywhere close to that area. Quarry is a nice stepping point to get into the rest of the circles. Of course, you also have that roadside control with Quarry, with those compounds, which could also play a pivotal role in by means of, you know, establishing a foothold and a launching off pad. But the next circle will be shifting on up on your guys' screen, so we'll have a much better idea of where the Sanhok game goes. And we're heading towards the east. Not too rare, but definitely more uncommon of a playing field when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. That's kind of why I even mentioned Quarry and the teams positioned around there, because I was kind of leading in, okay, we're near the end of phase 1. I kind of expected phase 2 to stick with the majority of Quarry in play. But this is a bit of a game changer, to be fair. It's going to benefit KAMIKAZE, who waited a little bit longer. They're now driving in through Mong Nai. They're going to have a good chunk of that north potentially under their control.
I just like to say, for 4 games in a row, we show like 90% of the map on your screen when we see those shifts, right? But every single time, the circle has been off the map. That's just how heavily skewed these zones have been. I'm sure the players must be complaining about it as well. As Falcon gets into fight with 963. We saw 963 make kind of a mistake, a blunder in the last game. Let's see if they can pick it up a little bit better with this engagement with Team Falcons.
I hate to say I told them so, but I did tell them so. I highlighted how the Lakwai heals are quite sprawling, so controlling is extremely tough. Phase 2 barely shifted, and it's quite obvious that they really were not in a good place. The only benefit they have is that Twisted Minds could distract Falcon a little bit on a bit of a third party. It's been the case initially as Vigors is knocked. It's a little bit out in the open, Kaido, but unfortunately Kahatan cannot get the shots off out in the open. Revive being played out by Twisted Minds, which I do not agree with in the early stages of this fight. Leaves a lot on the shoulders of Rokas to get a counter knock. It might be played through. Boom. Job done. But Damar, you're in the flank. What are you doing with that flank?
DeMar's trying to find that angle downhill, but that angle might just be too steep for DeMar to see anything. Plus, the Twisted Minds have some smokes down, and there is a rock for hard cover, so all they have to do is stay behind that rock. Rolkis playing ever so slowly, creeping on up, getting more territory control. This player is going to push on up. Falcon trying to get a risky revive here. I don't think it's going to go through. Never Alone realizes that, and he's got to drop that revive. Rolkis should find the next opening knock here. Another Falcon player going down. There you go, seeing in the kill feed. Never Alone. Definitely kind of left alone now.
Ooh, Rolkis has to prone down. Twisted Minds need to really take control of this fight, and they do. Vigor's the first player to get knocked in this altercation. Gets a counter knock of his own. And now DeMar, I believe the last player up for Falcon indeed. He's just going to have to disengage to the very, very edge of this circle. Great turnaround by Twisted Minds, but also just a bit of a weird counter by Falcon in how they seem to try and set that fight up.
Yeah, I get the whole idea of having the off angle, but sometimes if you don't find an effective one, you have to readjust. We saw DeMar down there for far too long. If he wants to keep his team alive, he's got to take it up upon himself to do something. It might not be, you know, the safest thing to do, but otherwise, you're just going to pretty much let your teammates down. And DeMar, that might be a learning point for him. As we get the next circle shift, it goes up on north. So teams like Nigma Galaxy and Dunak do have to continue to rotate. Same with Twisted Minds, but at least they have picked up some elimination points already for themselves.
I can't argue with this circle shift, especially compared to phase 2. It's kind of less of a ping pong and just more of a, okay, it's away from Quarry. That's good. However, the ban hill is in play, and that's a very tricky kind of hill to play around. Not necessarily the hardest to control, but if you're a little bit tunnel visioned, you can get caught off guard. We'll have to wait and see what comes through as Rico Infinity looking towards the players of 1 million. Outside of Paradise Resort, 1 million played from the coastal line of the mainland. Good shots from Gaga to begin with.
Rico Infinity have a nice compound. This compound, not only is it hard cover, but it's their entryway into any circle shifts anywhere more center. So they need to hold that down, but one of them get knocked, and that kill feed right here as we take a look at Stalwart UAE, the winners of NAS match, right next to the NASR team. So NASR, maybe they haven't shot at each other, but they definitely should just assume there is a team at those compounds. Because with Sanhok being such a small map, any nice hard cover towards the late game, you have to just make the assumption that a team is hiding there.
Plus, Stalwart have been making quite a bit of noise, but it's a pretty kind of solid split from Stalwart. They have that player in the off angle, but down the hill it's going to be a little bit trickier despite them having the comfort of the buildings. Good utility being used by NASR. However, easy. Makes it quite easy for himself and gets a knock onto one of the NASR players. Instant revive because they're together could work out. If I were NASR though, I would low-key disengage. I don't often say this, but they have quite a bit of space around them on the south. They could easily just move away from this fight.
I would disagree with that. We're getting into the late game where, yes, they can move away, but they would move into another team. And at least in this situation, they have somewhat of info and control over Stalwart. So they're just trying to break that defense. At this point in the Sanhok match, you should be looking to clean out some sides of your circle, because if you don't, you're just going to end up sandwiching yourself further and further in between teams. So NASR, I think that's the game plan right now. They're starting to scout around, like, where else can we go? But they definitely know in the back of their heads, if we go somewhere else, we're probably going to have to take a fight just the same as we're taking this one with Star Wars. Twisted Minds getting into a fight with Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy, couple of teams doing some med strats here. Usually we see Ralph with all the meds. No, he only has 3. So they've passed off the meds all to one other player, and that might be Hamodi, but Hamodi is knocked.
Yeah. I don't know what Nigma are kind of playing at, but it seemed to have gone horribly wrong for them in this Sanhok game. Don't know what really is going on. All the while, the next circle has popped up and it's shifted up towards the northwest. Rico's compound that you said was pretty damn good in the previous phase becomes ever more important in this one.
The 1v1 Starly finally starting to break out, and Ralph does get the better end of it. Does he have time to get that first aid off? He will indeed get that first aid off, and I think he's going to drive his buggy to his teammates' crate and maybe pick up the rest of the first aids. We'll know in a couple minutes time just how many first aids the team of Nigma Galaxy will be able to recover, as all the other teams from the southern side have to move on up. We have 50 players, Imperium, still left alive. That 50 is going to drop down to like 20 to 30 real soon.
It's like it's building up, building up, building up, building up to be crushed down very soon. Dunak, who lost late in that 1v1 against Nigma, are going to get third-partied. And this is what I liked about NASR when they decided to disengage again away from Stalwart. You correctly pointed out they were looking around informationally to see where they could go. Okay, they're not quite in the circles because CONQUEROR is there the third party, but I appreciate what they attempted to do in that disengagement.
Yeah, so now they're caught between two teams, like I predicted. They're getting shot from the side of Stalwart UAE because they didn't clear them out. And of course, breaching into the circle, you're going to have a team in front of you. So they put themselves in this tough position. But I can't blame them. They tried to break into the Stalwart UAE defense. They just couldn't. So in a way, they're forced to do whatever they can at this point. And well, they're picking up some elimination points, potentially shooting at teams out in the blue zone. But yeah, it did not get knocked, so they won't pick up that point.
Twisted Minds at they going quite heavily and far from the eastern side of the map based on the previous circle shift. And they're fighting their way in as they pick up a couple of the CONQUEROR players. Rokas throws out a smoke as he pushes forward, pre-fires towards the rock, knowing that it's Rio is there. Just him and Caliga left alive for CONQUEROR. It seems like they didn't cover their backs. They didn't cover their behinds when they were looking towards the members of NASR. Do not go down. Don't know exactly who against, but they're out of this game, followed by Nigma Galaxy. Rolf couldn't survive for too long. Pre-nade being thrown out by Rio as he looks towards another member of Twisted Minds. He connects onto Vigors, plays around the side of rock, looking for a second. Unfortunately, he loses that 1v1 against Rokas.
Rokas clutching on up. By the way, Twisted has 9 eliminations. Love seeing it out of a team on Sanhok to have 4 members still up and just fighting their way into zone every sequential circle shift. Twisted Minds, definitely one of the more aggressive teams, and it's starting to shine through, especially on this match of Sanhok. Rokas will have up to 5 first aids, and I think he's going to just do the med strat, and the other team's going to full send in and maybe pick up 1 or 2 more eliminations.
I know this game is going on, but real quick, they kind of remind me of old school 4 Romania men. Right, that's who they kind of remind me of, just playing edge of circle. I know they've had to push in to the edge, but that, you know, I see that shade of strength and aggression and kind of unity, as well as having themselves spread out. But either way this game goes on, it's Stalwart UAE. The crossfire from YaLLa, they do come out on top. They take down Hoping, but will there be a third party to dash their hopes and dreams? Ragnar proning in, the snakes come out to play towards the tail end. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds, they hit the brick wall that is, I believe, RTG. They're eliminated. 8 teams left up.
8 teams down to 21. Like I predicted, we're down to 20 to 30. So many teams just vying for whatever position they can. And Rod with a really nice position. It's got hard cover and it's in zone. Sure, it's a little bit downhill, but the only teams left up on the south side are a duo and 2 solos. So Rod should be able to mount that defense quite easily. Of course, Rico getting those nice circles, keeping 4 up alive themselves. And they're sticking their heads out right now to farm out some more elimination points.
I love the fact that Prestige was still across the road up until this point. They even have another 2 players outside the circle. They are making sure to cover every inch of their backsides, knowing what can come out from the blue and dash them, thorn in the side. And as they look onto the final player revolution, we are 5 teams left in this game. Easy is taking out the end of Stalwart UAE, but a good valiant effort off the back of a chicken dinner in Miramar. 9 players left, 4 teams. Rico, Infinity, a full squad up, and we see RTG go down. It seems like there's a heel strat or 2 that's being played out. KAMIKAZE, Aziz, is the one to pull out another heel strat.
Circle goes up to Rico Infinity. This should be Rico Infinity's game now, especially since they not only do they have the circle, they have the high ground advantage on their side. Rod's got to push up on foot in wide open sprawling spaces. And not just that, Rico Infinity's got grenades that they are raining down. Not able to connect, but definitely slowing them down and putting in good damage.
Look at the spread from Rico Infinity as well. It might leave them like a tiny bit exposed of one getting knocked and eliminated, but when you talk about angles of pressure, boom goes the dynamite. They pick up 2, and Del Hap can do absolutely nothing. I think a little bit of a last second heal strat is going to come through. Last player of KAMIKAZE, like I said, continuing to heal in the blue. Don't know exactly how many first aids he had. Rico Infinity looking for the elimination point. However, walks into Del Hap. Bandar will get knocked. Aziz will get his team a 2nd place with that heal strat.
Aziz with 5 first aids left. That is 5 more than needed, as he did secure that 2nd place. Of course, Rico Infinity in the zone. They don't have to worry about med shredding. They know Prestige giving us a little bit of a dance here. Still running behind a rock, because you never know where that last player is. You can never be too safe. You don't want to dance out in the open. And he might actually spot Aziz. Aziz with 2 first aids left. Might get the knock, but won't be able to get the confirm. Oh, scopes on in. Prestige. Oh, he spots him. Oh, and he'll actually pick up another elimination point for the side of Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, don't they already have $1,000 in their pocket?
Yes, they do.
What does this mean for them now? Quick maths, Imperium. Quick maths. Come on.
Wait, sorry. Jeez, now I know how it feels to be Max Man. $2,000 in their back pocket.
2,000 in the first day alone. We still got 1 match left to go. Yeah. And that's a nice little payday. If you think about 2,000 in your pocket just from having 2 nice chicken dinners, I mean, I'd take that any day.
I think their circle shifting more heavily up north was a little bit of a surprise to us, but you called that compound that they positioned in. I think it was phase 3 that they moved there. You did call that as a very strong compound, and they couldn't have played it any better. Yeah, of course, they benefited from teams out in the blue, teams outside the circle, teams having to push in from south. But when it was all said and done, they made sure to cover their backs. They made sure to be aggressive. And those 12 eliminations with the chicken dinner speaks for itself.
Yeah. And looking at the 2nd place team, Rod, another good game out of them. They're playing quite consistent here. So shout outs to the Rod team. Of course, they haven't had a stellar standout performance yet, but this is the consistency that you need in the long term of things to be that number 1 team. KAMIKAZE with 12 placement points. We saw them med stratting it through, and it worked out for them. 1 elimination point, sure, that's fine. It's Sanhok. You went for the med strat, you secured that med strat, and you nabbed yourself 13 total points.
Yeah, because one thing, of course, we'll see it play out throughout the weeks of the PMPL. But one thing that is a reality for a few of these teams is that they could be in that, struggle position of making it into the league finals, right? That kind of 1 to 2 points to 5 points to 10 points position down the line. So a team like KAMIKAZE grabbing those points on a game like Sanhok, you take it. You have to take it because it could be the reason they make it into the league finals come the end of week 3 in the PMPL. But the second page of this Sanhok game, another poor result for Nigma Galaxy, as well as even Team Falcons, and of course, 9-6-3.
Yeah, speaking about Nigma Galaxy, I think what went wrong for them is that they were not expecting so many teams to be out that deep in the blue. They probably are more comfortable in like the PMGC setting where more teams try and fight their way into the Sanhok and not as many med stratting teams. But this time around, we saw quite a few teams in the blue, maybe also doing a similar strategy, and that is definitely interfering with Nigma Galaxy's plan overall when it came to that Sanhok match.
But even then, without kind of really knowing how many meds Hamodi had, it still wasn't really a successful heal strat. This, because when we looked at Roof in that 1v1 with the Falcon player, or no, the Dunak player, he only had 2 to 3 first aids. And if Hamodi was the one that was looking to heal start, why was he kind of further ahead? Why was he closer to technically action, right? So I would argue, despite not being used to it compared to a global stage, it was still a poor execution of what initially looked like a heal strat, without knowing their full team comms, of course.
Right. I would 100% agree with you. It does come down to the team comms, of course. That's where, a lot of the information is passed along. Speaking about team comms, I want to draw back to that 9-6-3 engagement in the previous match on Erangel, right? When we saw one player do a push and the other two went across. I was looking at that and I was like, Zuxi messed up there. But without knowing the team comms, like you mentioned, maybe the play call was, okay, we've hurt them enough. We could rotate on through. We have a clearing across. Maybe that was the call. So when we saw the player push, it's like maybe he pushed on his own when that wasn't the play call. And at the end of the day, you got to follow the play calls, even if it is not fully correct, because that's how you improve together as a team. If you constantly have team members, wanting to do their own thing and not listening to play call overall,
of course,
the team's always going to struggle.
And that's why not a lot of the time as we look at the Oppo moments, not all the time should I say, but I do refer to it as like an IGL mistake or an IGL decision, because that's who it ultimately comes down to. That's why that role is so stressful at times. Yes, a lot of the good teams will get themselves into a position where every player kind of plays for themselves, but when it's all said and done, it comes down to the IGL decision. It comes down to the IGL call. So I suppose in 963's case, both this game and the previous game, they just go based on the call. Just the IGL arguably needs to do some more VOD review.
Yeah, so there's a mistake somewhere in there. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
There's definitely mistakes that happen for teams to learn from. But as far as, us casters go, sometimes what we're calling out might not be the case, but the mistake is there.
That's fair.
We see in these moments here, Twisted Minds, where they picked up a majority of their eliminations, just fighting their way in. And Stalwart UAE, this is the team that I was saying, if NASR took a fight with and eliminated, they would be in a much better position, but that was not the case.
And here we just see the tail end of Rico Infinity just cleaning up this game. Even that double elimination from Bandar, boom, boom, happy days. Like, it's just something you can't really fault from Rico Infinity. And I say they're definitely setting a certain standard across these games overall. They've been executing the results extremely well, and you can't argue with what they're doing. Well, you can if you want, and to do that you have to join in on the socials. Use the hashtag PMPL. Tell me how, if I'm wrong. Feel free to message me on DM. You can also tag the likes of PUBG Mobile, Mina Esports on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, and as Zute seems to like, TikTok, whatever that is. But you know, you can still follow them. You can still follow them.
I mean, TikTok is good content. All right. I mean, as good as content as this, I would almost have to say.
Is it really?
And I just
Really?
want to throw it out there. That Sanhok match, right? Typically, we're always saying Sanhok is the wild card in the group of maps, right? Where you don't know what to expect.
Yes.
That was probably the most normal game we've had today. And it was on Sanhok.
Right.
We've had two Erangels, one Miramar. That was probably the most normal game out of the day, to put it into perspective, just how crazy of a day we've already had.
And we still have one more game to go in Erangel. So it could be the same as what we've seen already in today's first 3 games. We'll have to stick around and find out along with us. We're going to head to a quick break. And we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Every time I'm landing in my
Oh, I love this. PMPL Arabia 2022 spring split. It's the start of the year. The action just doesn't stop in the world of PUBG Mobile. I love the fact that, Zute, like, we go from, you know, PMGC Grand Finals to the start of 2022 ecosystem, you know, in a matter of weeks. It's just great, man. It's great to see. But how are you enjoying the day so far, dude?
I'm doing great. Since you mentioned the whole ecosystem, I want to touch on that real quick. I mean, shout outs to PUBG Mobile, shout outs to just everyone running the entirety of the esports. Not only do we have the PMPL happening like year round now, there's also, you know, the other side of things, a PMCO, the third party, you know, tournaments coming into the mix of things. And it's such an exciting year for PUBG Mobile esports in general. I'm just so glad to be a part of it. And it's just as exciting as the games we've watched with how, you know, crazy everything has been. And I know this is only day one of the Super Weekend, but the hype, the energy out of these teams, like they're looking so on point already. I just can't imagine next week how much more they're gonna improve, and then going into the third week. And this is only the beginning of the year. By the end of the year, these teams will have put in countless hundreds more hours of practice in. And it's just like, I already can't wait for PMGC, to put it simply.
That you know what? That's fair enough. You're gonna slow down, pal. Okay, slow down.
I need to slow down a little bit.
I love your enthusiasm. But now that you mention it, and we are going to be getting into the final game of the day real quick, I do want to touch upon something that Freak said in his interview that we watched at the start of the broadcast, that I think is very important, and not only fully competitive players need to realize this, but up-and-coming competitive players. Not everybody, of course, can afford to or is in a comfortable position to be able to do so, or feels out of the pressure to do so. But him and the team, right after PMGC Grand Finals, didn't play the game until 10 to 12 days before the start of PMPL. They took that mental break. I think you can resonate with that in a big way. How important it is to just kind of step away. I did it as a commentator after PMGC. I was just like, no, I'm taking a 2 to 3 week break, because you need to reset yourself from the kind of ecosystem a bit and just enjoy time to think about other things and just enjoy your life for a little bit.
Oh yeah, taking a break is very productive when it's a planned break. Right? If you're just taking breaks every now and then, just haphazardly because you just don't want to practice or you're just feeling tired, that's a different story. But planned breaks are very crucial to any competitive esports title, and even outside of esports, any competitive thing, you know, people do, whether it be regular sports and etc. Yeah, burnout is real. So those planned breaks, those, you know, structured relaxation times do come in huge. And for the very first time today, we get a playing path that's a little bit not as favorable for all the teams playing. We get a very northern playing path stretching from the west to east. This could cause some trouble early on, but maybe with the bad playing path, we might see... Oh, never mind. The circle is... Yep. What? Imperial. For 5 games in a row... The edge of the first circle has been hanging off green. Now, we are showing, quite literally, 95% of the entirety of the map. But somehow the first circle always wants to hide from us when it comes to where it goes. And, okay, bad playing path does lead to some fights early on that teams might necessarily be prepared for. We've got a 1v1. Revolution takes down that player. But the rest of the 1 million, very, very close by. Oh, he actually pulled off a 1v2, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what to really tell you about this circle and name so far. Elijah tries to come out on top. Once again, a bit of a split push. And the team go down. However, luckily the rest of his team is there to pick up the pieces, and ONEMILLION Esports go down very early. The one thing I do have to say about the phase on circle is at least it does complement the playing path. So technically, it's a little bit easier for a lot of these teams.
1 million already eliminated. Revolution definitely had that support in play. They do lose that one player, but major respects to that player that we saw. He pulled up with no helmet, no armor, just the gun in his hand to support his teammate. And he did go down for it, but he got a knock. But that's what you love to see.
And a kill, I think, as well.
Yeah, he got the knock and they got the confirmation. He just got traded and instantly thirsted. But it's like, that's what you want to see out of these teams, even at the PMPL level. The synergy, the teamwork. You might lose your life, but it's part of playing together as a team. So really love to see that. So let's talk a little bit about the circle. We have a very northern circle to the point where the northern edge is hanging off the map. What worries me the most, though, is that the center of the circle has that long river in play, that river north of Rozhok. And if the circle keeps centering up, we're going to get that 50-50 once again.
Ooh. But how often do we actually see circles really centering up in today's games? The best we saw was Sanhok, and even then it was kind of a little bit towards the east/northeast. But yeah, there's a level of ruggedness, just to go a little bit back to, I suppose, Revolution specifically. There's a level of ruggedness to how Revolution play that is really exciting. Like, it's that kind of, you know, they're not afraid to push things. They're not afraid to kind of make mistakes. They're not afraid to, you know, test themselves. That really puts a big light on the potential they have, that 2 weeks time, once they smooth those elements of their gameplay out, they improve little parts of how they maneuver around it. I could see them even, not that I'm trying to make a bold prediction, but I could see them winning PMPL. I know that might sound weird to say this early, but I see that ruggedness potential in how they're playing in today's games.
I think what you're alluding to is some of the top teams we have seen in the world. You rewind them back a year and a half, and what they look like, they look kind of like the Revolution team. Is that basically what you're alluding to?
Yes, boom. I think that's definitely what I'm alluding to. So maybe I'm being silly by saying PMPL or this PMPL, but yes, that's definitely what I mean.
Okay, yeah. No, I see what you're saying. When I see the way they play, it's like rugged, like you mentioned, or to put in another term, like not fully refined yet. But those same, you know, that style, the way they play, we've seen that out of some of the best teams in the world before they really got their practice in and refined their gameplay. So yeah, I think Revolution, they're off to the right start. It's just gonna take time. It's just gonna take practice. And coming into the new year, each year we do see teams, unknown teams, that have that drive to get better, that have that raw, undiscovered talent. And over the course of the year, they might just really show up and show out. I mean, last year we saw the side of Zeus come in huge in PMGC, major upset. This most recent year, we saw the team of Nigma Galaxy kind of showing up out of nowhere, almost to say, and they had, you know, quite a performance themselves. And this year, hey, who knows? Like you said, it might be too early to say, but it might be the Revolution team, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Time will tell. Time will definitely tell. And way earlier on, there's something funny you mentioned I just want to bring up. We were talking about the hard shifts, right? And how you said the only normal circle shifts we had so far today were on Sanhok. So, my God, imagine saying Sanhok was your only normal game of the day for a super weekend. Yikes.
When you put it like that, it seems pretty horrifying, to say the least. Twisted Minds looting up farm, their normal drop area inside Erangel. You don't really have to deal with any potential like Stalwart rotating close by. They took their time to get to their looting spot because it was The plane path was quite heavily north, so of course they're going to take their time to move into this phase 1. Dokun going up against Dunak, should I say, going up against KAMIKAZE. Around the Everest position. Kante is able to at least get the knock on a reef, just to slow down the members of Dunak. And it seems like Dunak might be disengaging away, leaving Clever on his own.
Ooh, Clever needs to make sure he has his support line set up. What is that player doing? Gringo all the way out in the open. I get you want to support your teammates, but you have to make sure you're playing correctly yourself or everything falls apart. And KAMIKAZE pick up 3 eliminations. Clever should be able to make it out alive, but that was a horrible execution out of the Dunak team.
That must have been extremely poor communication, because as Clever was getting in the vehicle to drive away, Gringo was running up the hill. Right, so I don't know what happened miscommunication-wise, but it looks like they weren't saying to each other, okay, I'm running away or I'm running away. So that's what saw at least 2 of the players go down. Obviously, Clever is still alive.
And Stalwart circle, please. I've been quite literally. No, I want to see Stalwart. I've been begging for a Stalwart finish for the longest of times, and this is the closest we've ever gotten to a potential Stalwart finish. But even if it centers on up, like you said, towards Yasnaya or near the center of the map, that river is still going to be in play. That river that runs into a lake west of Yasnaya, will be a really fun game to watch still, just as well.
The tip of the river that I call the tadpole area, I think, is a really important part of this circle. I don't mean in terms of like going there and controlling it now, but maybe even sending 1 player there to use it as a scout, because it's kind of high ground elevated and you have a lot of angles of information. Because I think if you full send it as a squad now, it might be committing too much too early.
It does control a lot of options, though, so I wouldn't even mind a full team taking that position. But you're right, this is very early on. You can maybe do a 2-2 split of some sort and control even more options in ground territory. Yeah, and Nigma Galaxy looks like they are going to make an early entry onto Yas, but notice it's on the edge of Yasnaya. They're not going into the heart of the city, so they have their rotations and options still quite open for them if the circle shifts away. Taking a look at the minimap, everybody's almost pretty much set up. We do have some few stragglers that are coming in quite late, but yeah, there's that split that we just mentioned, a 2-2 split out of the Falcon team. 2 on the ridgeline side and 2 a bit further north controlling the high ground and the compound. I really love that split. It is early enough to do that split and get away with it quite easily.
You initially look at it and you kind of go, oh, that's a bit dangerous. But no, it is beautiful. I would call it like a blueprint split in this kind of circle. It just depends on, of course, how quick they're reacting on the next circle shift, how informed they are between each other of giving that communication over on where other teams are located. I like YaLLa's 2-2 split. It's a little bit risky because there's not as much of an exit potential. That's what I initially think coming into phase 3, but I still like the way that it's a little bit out of sight, out of mind.
YaLLa on the very northern side of the circle, so trying to avoid the more congested south side as the circles have been shifting up north. So naturally, the southern side has a few more teams still rotating on in. CONQUEROR taking a nice central location, controlling the bridge as their option rotation and looking up towards the ridges, which is taken, but they do have a means of fighting their way in or rotating that way if the circle pleases to shift that way.
I like it, but I don't like it as a full squad. I know the next circle has popped up and it's shifted over down towards the southwest, so unfortunately, Zute, we're not seeing a Stalwart finish, but I still think maybe having a full squad committed to that one area is just a little bit too risky. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, with that new circle shift, I mean, you can't really play split from that location. You're dead set in the middle.
True.
That is a nice little compound to have, given the fact that the circle is shifted right on it. And even though this isn't Stalwart, ladies and gentlemen, a circle like this, oh, we're also in for quite a lot of action and entertainment. We have that river in play. We have that tadpole lake also in play. And then we have the 50-50. Is it going to go west of that bridge or east of that bridge? So a lot of factors coming in. And this one's going to be fun to watch.
Which is a big part of why we kind of highlighted that tadpole position that Falcon had a spread on, and why it was always going to be 95% beneficial to the next couple of circles. I also liked Rico Infinity split that they had in the previous phase. They're now going to be able to push upon YaLLa, who looked to react in a bit of a uniform manner. It's in the warehouse on top of this hill, the Severny Hill. It's a good hill to hold on to. Nice roof play by Ragnar. Gets a knock, but takes a hell of a lot of damage in return. I'd like to see one of the YaLLa players flanking around a little bit. I see them grouped up a bit too closely together.
Yeah, YaLLa has a huge opportunity here to take advantage of this Rico Infinity position. I think Rico Infinity got caught just as they were leaving that top hillside to rotate further in, because otherwise this is a really poor defense out of Rico. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they were caught in a timing. And here you can see YaLLa getting a little bit closer, trying to press in on their advantage, using the util nicely, maybe trying to soften up one more player knock before full committing. But YaLLa definitely in a comfortable spot. I want to see them a little more aggressive because they're on that northern edge. Very low chance of getting third party given the circle shifts. And if they take too long, they're just going to miss an opportunity to pick up some eliminations.
And also, this is why I don't like the fact that they didn't go for a player flanking around, because if they had have, they would have noticed that one of the Rico players actually disengaged. So it initially looks like the whole of Rico are going to disengage. That would have given YaLLa an opportunity to push even more aggressively down the hill onto the shack where the two Rico players were located. So as much as I love YaLLa and I think they've done pretty good so far, that was a bit of a misplay.
Okay. So I just want to mention, we were talking about holding 4-man and that compound, right, where KONQUEROR is. They actually did end up splitting up. I didn't want to say they should split up because it's a little bit risky, but kudos to them for having the confidence and able to do that. And with that new circle shift, we're talking about the 50-50. It looks like we're going to that eastern side of the bridge, and KONQUEROR, they're going to have their work cut out for them because that bridge crossing is one of the few entryways left for so many of these other teams to make it across.
I have to give props to 963, and it's probably the first time today I'm giving them props. In the previous circle, they went onto the very west/northwest of Yasnaya, even kind of on that lower part of the Tadpole Hill. They've reacted really well and really quickly to these circle shifts. They have a pretty good position inside the circle. Desperate times, though, call for desperate measures as a few teams commit to the inside of the water. I am a little bit disappointed with that. I expected better from a lot of these teams in the region. We're only phase 4. Is there really any need to commit to the water?
I'm just questioning why. Okay, Rico Infinity down to 2 members, right? They should commit. Rod, on the other hand, you have 4. Use those 4s to try and break into a better position.
I know, right?
Take a fight with KONQUEROR, maybe. But it could work out for Rod. They do get up, but they're going to be sandwiched in a tough position. Definitely not utilizing the fact that they still have 4. And yeah, you see it here. Getting shot at by not just the team up on the hill, but Falcons should be taking shots at them as well. Same with KONQUEROR. And they go from 4 down to maybe just 3 players now. There goes another one. Yeah, definitely not utilizing the fact that you still have 4 players up at all.
I low-key disagree that Rico should have done it even though they're down to 2. I get your logic, but I just think the timing of it, like phase 5, I would have got it as a 2-person team for Rico. Either way, this game is continuing on. K12 in a not a bad spot, but a bit of a trickier spot. YaLLa get engaged upon by RTG. I don't know exactly when that happened, but Yeah, RTG realizing that, okay, well, most of the spots inside this circle are taken. We'll just kind of play outside, take a fight, and we'll win a happy days for them.
Yeah, they pick up some elimination points. The only problem is they're still having to make their way into the zone, and all the edges of the map is occupied now. The only thing that's left for them to do is maybe do the same thing. Just drive straight into the water. And I think, yep, that is indeed what they're going to do. Rough times, right? I mean, we talked about it. This water, this river and the lake will come into play, and teams are forced to kind of utilize it, even though it's a little bit early on for your taste.
Like, it's only phase 4. What's stopping RTG from just hanging on the edge of the circle in the blue, heal up a bit, see where the next circle goes, and then decide if a swim into the water is the best option? I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit perplexed by the decision making from these teams. Either way, KONQUEROR are going to look to pick up elimination after elimination with the help of Falcon on the underside. The next circle is about to pop, and it shifts up north. It's a ping pong, baby, and it's YaLLa Fields in play.
Ooh, Falcon in a very good spot. 963 also, Nigma Galaxy. They just have to entry their way in just a little bit. But yeah, this is the fields. These fields don't have much hard cover. There's some hay bales, but there are quite a few interesting dips on the southern side of the field. And then on the northern side, of course, we have the shoreline side for these teams to try and fight for and control.
963 3-1 split, but they have the smaller part of the road on that western edge. I don't know how Rico are still alive, but they're still alive as a duo, so I suppose credit to them. Call them the mermaids of the water. We'll have to wait and see. Rad swim their way in, and NASR are going to engage upon K12. NASR looking to protect their position on the southern edge of the circle. They send Batika into the edge as a bit of an anchor point. Bold move, but I do get what they're coming from with that play. K12, Bardashani realizes that he's on his own, and he's just going for a wild push into the open field. He's not hoping he doesn't get spot out, but he goes right into the loving arms of Nigma Galaxy. KONQUEROR, the split is working really well for them in the edge of the river.
Beautifully done by the KONQUEROR team. Of course, no teams crashed them, so they didn't have to test that split against an aggressive team that just wants to take it by force. But still, that 2-1-1 was played quite well as they secure eliminations and a firm control with no real struggle of multiple teams trying to take that other side, and they transition quite beautifully. On the other side of things, Twisted Minds, they still need to make it into circle, and they're going to take that fight with KAMIKAZE. Twisted Minds, such a strong fighting team. I would not be surprised if they could take over and outpower the KAMIKAZE side.
And I love the fact that they're aware that they could get third party, so they can't really have a player spread out too heavily. Dami is looking towards Nigma Galaxy for an example. Rokas now on the roof of the building. That's an elevated spot, which he's able to get information not only on the players of KAMIKAZE, but the players of teams further away. I do like this defense setup from KAMIKAZE. 2-1-1 in separate buildings means that there's a lot higher chance of only one player going down at the hands of a nade. Smoke's being thrown out. Kante is going to push back a little bit, replaced by Aziz, who's going to help Da try and defend this building from the members of Twisted Fate. The blue zone is encroaching in. The next circle pops up. It shifts down towards both of these teams, so the focus is going to be on their location. Can they open the knock? It's going to be KAMIKAZE on the Rokas, followed by Kaito. Dami swings around. It's going to be swinging on the side. He's going to be left with just Vigors on his own, and KAMIKAZE survived the defense.
Oh, KURDSQUAD coming into play there. I predicted that Twisted Minds will win that fight. We saw them throughout the entirety of the day win so many team fights, and that was the most crucial one for them in that zone. And well, I don't think I gave KAMIKAZE enough credit as they mounted a very good defense, though. So with that new circle shift, Nigma Galaxy, they get the zone. The most they have to do is defend against Team Falcon, but Lord, in a 1-3 split, they already have that cross angle set up. It'll be difficult for the Falcon team. As for all the teams on the West that you see on your screen right now, it's going to be a mad, dash, scrappy fight all the way in to that hardship on the Eastern side.
You just pray and push to an extent. As Ragnarok leaves, covers from behind, gets a knock onto Zuxi. Is going to be returned with a lovely nade. Miracle's going for the revive, which I genuinely don't agree with, because now you've just allowed 963 to push in. It's going to be reacting in a 1v1. He does get the knock onto the member of 963, but instantly the team support is there. Hassan is on his own, and yeah, it's going to be NASR going down, and I genuinely put that down to the revive attempt. You're phase 6, you just give it up, and you try and defend and get another couple of eliminations as a pickup. The pickup feature is being used by 963. Hallelujah.
That push by 963, by the way, beautifully done. That's a push that you usually lose on because you got the rich advantage of the team of NASR. But you're right, that revive did really cost it in for them. As Nigma Galaxy, I thought they were good. But the Falcon team, running through the crossfire of the open roads, that's going to hurt them badly, and they do go down. Nigma Galaxy down to one player, trying to get the revive on the other two. Can they get it in time before 963 come into the picture? Looks like things will slow down enough for the Nigma Galaxy team to get that full reset. But KAMIKAZE with 4 up, looking super dominant.
13 eliminations, I'm here for it, Zute. The final game of the day. Bring on that KAMIKAZE chicken dinner. 963. You said it was a fantastic breach and they come in to finish Nigma Galaxy off. Now we're down to 2. 3v4 in the favor of KAMIKAZE. They have the circle as well. I don't know if 963 were able to bring any vehicles with them when they breached out of that compound. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it for the time being. They have one, but it's smoking. Nosa looking to pull off a first aid. 963 are in an incredibly tough position.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for them at all. They're going to have to quite literally rely on KAMIKAZE to make a mistake, to give them an opening knock. And then also, they're going to need a lot of smokes to make this cross. But look at KAMIKAZE. They already set up the fundamental aspect of gatekeeping out a team. The 1-2-1 split. 2 centered in the middle, where most likely 963 is going to try an entry in on. And then the 2 off angles to just keep them pressured and funneled into that center part. 963 doing what they can, but it's definitely not looking good for them.
And what's even better for KAMIKAZE is that player in the off angle. Kante is on elevated high ground, so he's able to suppress 963 even more. He does have to start moving. That could allow, timing-wise, 963 to just edge closer into the circle. But as the smokes go out, the KAMIKAZE bullets just rain into those smokes, knowing that they're going to go towards it. They're going to walk into our bullets. But they're not down just yet. 963 proning through the grass, step by step, crawl by crawl. Nosa, nothing he can do. He goes down to the blue, which is just a little bit of a mistake. I don't hold it against him. A second knock onto 963. Please mess as the final player up. And KAMIKAZE pull the trigger. They know they have a 1v4. They know he's in the open field. And they know it's their chicken dinner.
They also know that it's their 1,000 US dollars. Of course, gotta mention that one out there. It's the last game of the day. Imagine ending off the day with not just the chicken, but $1,000 in your pocket. Congrats to the KAMIKAZE team. They got the circles toward the end, but credit to them for mounting that defense against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, I would have to say, and the viewers would probably have to agree, they're one of the teams that look the scariest when it comes to a team fight, and KAMIKAZE played that one well, and they took the win from that, and they took the win overall with 16 eliminations. I think that's the highest for today, and they might actually hold the record for the next 2 days, as 16 eliminations is nothing to be laughed at.
Yeah, you're dead right. It is the highest point scoring game of the day from KAMIKAZE. A fully deserved chicken dinner. Like you said, the defense on the Twisted Minds, the third party on the Falcon Esports, they swept the final 5 to 10 minutes of that game very well. A good return to form for Nigma Galaxy. It's been a good few games since we've seen them in the top half. 14 points garnered. We'll see them end day one of the first Super Weekend on a high note. Props, though, to CONQUEROR Iraq. I think they did such a good job on the side of that river. They spread out at the right time. Yes, they didn't have, like you said, they didn't have a team massively push them. But because they were able to spread out, there was definitely a lot more security around the position they held.
And another team I want to give a little props to, 963 and Team Falcons. Good to see them end off the day on the top half of the leaderboards. That's going to be good mental boost coming into the next day. CONQUEROR Iraq, I do also want to agree with you there. They played that beautifully. Maybe towards the end game, we didn't see too much on camera what happened. But 8 points is still a solid finish. And this top half of the leaderboards, 7th place, gained 8 total points. So everybody on this top half really put in the work by means of eliminations. Look at that. We go from 16, of course, a big amount, down to 4, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6.
True.
It was a slugfest out there. And these teams put themselves in a position to gain a lot of those points through the eliminations.
Moving into the second half of the standings, Rad, 3 points. Sent all 4 players into the water. Twisted Minds went down at the hands of a wonderful defense from the winners of this game, and Rico Infinity. Yeah, okay, they picked up an elimination or so onto, I think it was YaLLa player, but they were put down to 2. The final 2 sent into the water, and it was just a matter of time, right? It was genuinely just a matter of time.
Yeah, the second half of the leaderboards definitely starved for points. As you can see, not many elimination points. And I have to say, it's due to that water coming into play. We saw so many teams just kind of throwing away their lives just by defaulting into that water play. And of course, you don't have much to work with once you breach the land. No hard cover, no vehicles, and teams that are already set up will just farm those points. So you were saying you were a little bit disappointed in seeing so many teams send it into the water. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. They should have fought a little bit harder before defaulting to that. But it's a learning point, and it's only the first day of the Super Weekend. So I do expect these teams to grow and mature over time and not make those, so to say, mistakes in the future.
I just kind of look at them as kind of desperation moves per se, and it's something that I expect to see in lower tier gameplay, so overall. But either way, we're going to take it to a short break, and then we'll be back with the overall standings and the closing moment. So don't go away. See you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. Before we get into the overall standings, upgrade performance and upgrade fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. The design smartphones for the PUBG Mobile Esports 2022 MENA year. So yeah, this is it. The end of the day. We've had 5 games, 5 grands spread out across multiple teams. And I have to say, it's been a very, very good day.
Yeah, the action was great. Even though the circles was so crazy, we did see a lot of these teams, give it the all and put their best foot forward. So teams adapting really quickly, I would have to say, with just how crazy the start of the Super Weekend was. And not just that, let's take a look at the overalls. Which teams adapted the most? Well, it's the team with the $2,000 in their pocket. When I say $2,000, it's the team with the 2 winner chicken dinners. Rico Infinity Esports. At the very start of the show, you asked me, what teams are you looking at other than Nigma Galaxy? I mentioned Rico Infinity. I've seen this team play before. I've seen the experience and the veteranness out of this team. And will they end the first day with 71 total points, which is a nice, decent lead over the second place team of Stalwart UAE.
It is definitely a good start. Clearly, it also shows, to an extent, their consistency around that. They are 15 points ahead of Stalwart, which is ironically the exact same as a chicken dinner. So it adds up. But it also shows how big a fantastic game makes to your position in the overall standings. I know that's pretty standard, but KAMIKAZE, 31 points they got in the final game of the day, 55 in total. That means they had 24 points before this game. So with that massive win, they've got themselves up to 3rd overall. Twisted Minds in 4th. It's a good spot to be in. It's a good start for them in the first Super Weekend.
And we keep talking about how Twisted Minds is probably one of the stronger fighting teams. You can see from their placement points compared to elimination points, right? If you want to look at the top 3, Rico Infinity with a balance of placements and elims, Stalwarts with more placement, KAMIKAZE with more placement, Twisted Minds with more eliminations, and dropping down Revolution, coming in 5th, more placement than elimination. So Twisted Minds, they're focusing on their strength, which is fighting their way in. So it's really good to see. And as the tournament goes on, I like to see a nice adaptation where they do some positioning rotations when the circles do grant them that favor.
And that's where I'm looking at Rad and RTG to really kind of drive home what you're saying a little bit about Twisted Minds. The difference in placement points and elimination points between Rad and RTG together, 27 and 15 for Rad, 24 and 16 for RTG. I'll always say, of course, it might extend a little bit more the further you get into a tournament, but I always look at a point difference of 10 to 15 between placement points and kill points. 10 at the kind of early part of a tournament and 15 the further you get in. At the moment, it's 12 for Rad and 11 for RTG. And you might be looking at that going, well, it's only the first day. Yeah, you're right. But we don't want to see that pattern continue from those two teams, right? We want to see them recognize that and go, okay, we need to be a little bit more aggressive. We need to pick up extra elimination points. Hopefully not at the loss of placement points, but still try and balance it out.
Going into the second half, really surprising to see Nigma Galaxy down here, but this is a team that really focuses more on consistency over the long-term format, right? This is such a veteran team that they're able to adjust and adapt very quickly because they've played in so many different tournaments. So I won't be too surprised by the end of the 3 days for this Super Weekend. We see Nigma Galaxy around the top 5 at the very least, but we'll have to see as the next days play out. 963 following close behind them with 29 total points, and then it does kind of just trickle down as far as what teams have gotten 1 points. And NASR, those 2 0-point games in the first 2 games really does hurt them overall, as they're sitting in 12th overall.
Yeah, and I think 963 being 10th is actually like not a bad thing considering the horrible day they've had, whether their own mistakes or otherwise. And again, I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just recognizing that it just hasn't been a good day for them. That can happen. It's the first day of Super Weekend. Like I mentioned, I think it was at the end of game 3 or something. For a lot of these, for a good few of these teams, I think they do need to recognize, and they will recognize, that they will be in a position of really fighting to be in the league finals between that kind of 10th and 16th, 10th and 18th place position. Because as we get into League Week 2 and League Week 3, and some of those teams might not qualify for the second Super Weekend. Teams who didn't qualify for the first one will qualify for the second one. So I think it's really important to recognize that in these next 10 games, these next 2 days, that you need to get as many points as possible. So it takes away a little bit of pressure 2 weeks down the line.
Fully agree with you on that one. This is, after all, not a sprint. It is a marathon. And even after the Super Weekends are over, right, it leads into a finals. So there's even another extra step past the whole Super Weekend format of things. And I think that overall is the best part about these tournaments, right? It gives the teams a lot of games to work and refine their skills so that by the end of the year, they're the best versions of themselves. I know I keep jumping ahead to like the end of the year. We're still early on, but it's this journey, this culmination of everything starts from here on out. And it's a year-long process that ends in an ultimate bang, so to say, Imperium.
And I said it better myself. Well, that's us done for the day in PMPL Arabia English broadcast. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in and all the support. Like, it's been notified. Keep up to date. Hashtag PMPL. Follow us all on the show socials, etc., etc., etc. See you all tomorrow for another day of fantastic PUBG Mobile action.